Madam President, we are live on both fronts.
Thank you.
Ms. LaBerge, okay, never mind, sorry.
I'm turning my video off, correct?
That is correct. Microphone and video off.
Hello, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good, good. Mr. Rosenthal. Hello. Drive, be safe. I want safety first. Yeah, thank you. Let's see, Mr. Dave Rosenthal is on the line. Hello, good evening, Dave.
Hello.
Let's see who else. Hey there, Grail. I see you on my other screen. I had to go find you. So Jim, let's see.
Hello.
Afternoon, Madam President, and my clock shows it's 5:29. Would you like me to go
Yes.
ahead and take roll?
Yes, please.
All right, we'll begin with the board members. Addie Helliger,
Yes, present.
Dave Rosenthal.
Here.
Grail James,
Grail James here.
Shirley Rose Gilliam,
Present.
Angie Hannon,
Good evening, I'm here.
Jim Rice,
Present.
and Danetta Williams. Miss Williams, are you present? Okay, we'll look for her to join and check again. Staff, we'll see if Deanna Saavedra is here.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Joe Rodriguez,
Yes, sir, I'm here. Good evening.
Beth Martinez,
Good evening, I'm here.
Anthony Indelicato,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Robert Scamardo,
Sir, I am here.
Oscar Perez,
Yes, sir, I am here.
Long Pham,
Dr. Dupree, I'm here.
Brian Gwynn,
Yes, sir, I am here.
David Ryder,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Gwen Touche.
This is Gwen. I'm here.
And Madam President, Veronica Sofer is not with us this evening, but she does have staff available if we need to call on them.
All right, thank you. All right, the time is currently 5:31 and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attended on a video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. This meeting is being live streamed to the district's YouTube channel, and a recording of this meeting will be uploaded to the district's webpage following the conclusion of the meeting. On March 16th, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, Fort Bend ISD certifies the following. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference. This meeting is being held by video conference because the convening at one location of a quorum of the governmental body is not feasible. The live meeting is audible and accessible through a YouTube link that was timely and appropriately provided to the public and media as part of the meeting postings through a news release and via the district website. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the standard instructions for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. All other meetings procedures will adhere to board's adopted procedures to the extent practicable. Okay. And the last one, an audio and video recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public on the district's website. All right. Now I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent for opening comments of our current hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger and the board. This evening, we are fulfilling our legal requirement to conduct the Texas Academic Performance Report public hearing on an annual basis. And Gwen Touche, our Chief of HR and Organizational Transformation, is going to launch that report. Gwen?
Good evening, Dr. Dupree, President Helliger, and Board of Trustees. This evening, we're going to conduct our annual public hearing on the Texas Academic Performance Report for the 2019-20 school year, as required by the Texas Education Agency. This evening, it's important to note that we will present on data that's been updated for 2019-20, such as graduation rates, dropout rates, and college, career, and military readiness. Last spring, state assessments were waived due to COVID-19. Therefore, the state assessment information in the 2020 TAPR repeats the 2018-19 performance data. Dr. Audra Udi will conduct the presentation of the TAPR report this evening, and the full report will be posted to the district website for the benefit of the community. Dr. Udi?
Good evening, Dr. Dupree and Board of Trustees. It's my privilege to be here this evening to present to you the Texas Academic Performance Report for the 2019-20 school year. Thank you, Mrs. Touche. Thank you. Next slide, please. We would like to point out that in Fort Bend ISD, our purpose is to ensure an exceptional education for all of our students and to help them reach their full potential in accordance with the skills and attributes of the Fort Bend ISD profile of a graduate. The Texas Academic Performance Report is one portion of the information that we gather to assess how we're doing in meeting those attributes with students. This evening's report, we will focus on the new information that is available in the 2020 TAPR report, which includes our annual rating status, student and staff profiles, attendance, graduation and dropout rate data, college, career, and military readiness, and violent or criminal incidents, information that we are required to report at this time with the TAPR, as well as our special education status. It is important to note that we will not be presenting the performance data this time because it is a repeat of the 2018-19 data, making that data about 2 years old at this point in time. Next slide, please. One of the things that we do when we present our annual TAPR report is to provide all of our various ratings to the public. The first being our first rating, which is our financial rating, and we received an A or superior rating for the current year. Mr. Glenn recently presented detailed information on the first rating for this year, but we are required to share that rating status again with you. Additionally, because of COVID-19 and the interruption to the state assessments last spring, we are currently under a not rated declared state of disaster rating for the 2020 performance. The STAR assessment and other forms of state assessment were disrupted and waived last spring. The Texas Education Agency considers us to be an accredited school district to offer instructional services to students. And finally, we have a special education status that has changed from meet standard to needs assistance, and we'll go into further detail shortly about that. Along with each year's annual TAPR presentation, we are to produce a copy of our campus performance objectives, the report on violent or criminal incidents, and our student performance in post-secondary institutions, which is provided by the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board. Because of COVID, again, we had state assessments waived last spring, 2020, and there was some disruption to the college and career readiness indicators, such as ACT, SAT, and TSI data that were disrupted. However, the information we report tonight will be based on the class of 2018-19. And then TEA has produced this TAPR as required by law with the performance data repeated from the 2018-19 school year, and then updated our demographic profiles for students and staff and things such as graduation rate, attendance rate, and dropout rate. Here you see the link to the full TAPR report, which we will post on our district website as well. Next slide, please. One area that was updated for us this year is that our student demographic profile, it contains both the breakdown of ethnicity of our student population and program areas. And you will notice that Fort Bend ISD continues to be one of the most diverse districts in the state and nation. Our major student populations are almost equally balanced between African American, Hispanic, and Asian students. And we have approximately 44% of our students as of 2019-20 who were economically disadvantaged, and about 41% qualifying as at risk. About 10% of Fort Bend ISD students are served through the special education program, and that is an increasing number as we are working to more accurately identify special education status or eligibility for students. And then we have approximately 7% of our students who are served through gifted and talented education, and about 27% represented in career and technical education. Next slide, please. As far as our staff profile, TEA breaks down the staff information by ethnicity and by years of experience. And you will see that Fort Bend ISD outperforms the state in terms of the representation of the diversity of our staff. With the maroon colored bar representing Fort Bend and the black bars representing the state. And so one of the things that I would point out is that our African American population of staff is much higher than the state in general. You will notice that the state, though, has a greater representation of Hispanic staff, and that may be something that we want to address moving forward with some of our recruitment and retention strategies. And then our white population is somewhat less than the state overall white population. But again, we are a more diverse district with more students represented in the African American and Hispanic and Asian categories. And then you've got the remainder of the identified groupings, the American Indian, Asian, Pacific Islander, and 2 or more races as identified by the student or the family. And then maybe go back to the prior slide for a moment, please. Okay, and in terms of years of experience, Fort Bend ISD has higher percentages than the state in terms of teachers with 6 to 10 or 11 to 20 years of experience, and has lower percentages than the state in the beginning and 1 to 5 years of experience and over 20 years of experience categories. Thank you. Next slide, please. Another piece of information that the Texas Education Agency provides with the TAPR report is identifying the percentage of staff represented in certain job roles or categories. And so FBISD and the state are very close, within a percentage point in the percentage of overall professional staff, educational aides, and auxiliary staff. We are slightly lower in percentage of staff represented in the teacher category. and some lower in campus administration and central administration, with both campus and central administration being very low percentages of our overall staff in the district. Professional staff represents everyone that is in campus or district leadership, as well as teachers and professional support team members. Next slide, please. At this point, we will demonstrate the patterns in attendance and dropout rates over the past 3 years. I will point out that at any time we have a TAPR presentation, the data for attendance and dropout rates is at least 2 years old. Because of the way the PEIM system accumulates and verifies that information, it is always 2 years behind. As far as attendance rates and dropout rates compared to the state, you will notice that Fort Bend ISD is in kind of the maroonish color, and the state is in a tannish color there. And the district has outperformed the state over the last 3 years in terms of the overall attendance rate for students being above 96% each of those 3 years. There was a slight variation in the district over the 3 years from 96.9 to 96.7 and holding even again at 96.7 in 2018-19. The state has averaged around 95% those 3 years. And then the annual dropout rate for FBISD has been exceptionally low at 0.1 and 0.2% over the last couple of years. The state has trended in the same direction that we have and is slightly higher in terms of dropout rate at 0.3 and 0.4%. And then finally, the annual dropout rate, and the annual dropout rate has to do with the given number of students in a year, a single year being each of the last 3 years for students in 7th and 8th grade, and then 9th through 12th grade. And we have trended lower than the state in all 3 of those years for grades 9 through 12, as well as grades 7 and 8. And then the state has been just under 2%, and we've been just right at or under 1% in our dropout rate for 9th through 12th grade over the last 3 years. Next slide, please. Graduation rates by cohort involve looking at the class of students that started as 9th graders and assessing how they finish out 4 years later. And so this particular chart assesses the last 4 years of graduation rates, including the percentage of students who graduated from high school within 4 years, those who received the Texas completion certificate, which used to be called the GED, those who continued into a 5th year or more of high school, and then the percentage of those who are considered to have dropped out over that 4-year period for the class of students who graduated in 2018-19. So those graduation rates have improved to 95% or above in the district over the last 4 years. The dropout rate for that particular group over the 4 years from 9th through 12th grade is just under 4%. And then FBISD has just over 1% of students who continue beyond the 4 years into a 5th or possibly a 6th year in order to complete all of their graduation requirements. And the state does also report the 5-year and the 6-year graduation rates. And then less than 0.5% of students complete graduation through a high school equivalency certificate. And that percentage continues to decrease for Fort Bend ISD. You may recall that in the fall of 2017, Hurricane Harvey impacted Fort Bend ISD and the entire region. And we believe that may have had some impact on the graduation rates for 2019, as these students represented in this cohort would have been in their junior year when Harvey hit that fall. Next slide, please. Now we have the graduation rates broken down by student groups. Again, FBISD has attained graduation rates at or above 95% over the last 3 years. Our special education graduation rates improved from the mid-80s in the last 4 years. And we have English learner graduation rates that have remained in the low to mid-80s. And we'll speak to that a little more later on. African American graduation rates have been at or above 94% in the last 3 years, and our Hispanic graduation rates have remained steady at about 92% over that series of time. You will notice that there was some impact to the 2019 graduation rates across most of our student groups. And again, we believe Harvey may have had some impact on that. Thank you. Next slide, please. Now for our college, career, and military readiness data. And again, in this circumstance, this data is at least 2 years old because it is based on the graduating cohort of 2018-19. There are several ways to earn college, career, and military readiness, such as performance on an advanced placement test, successfully completing a dual credit set of courses, achieving a certain score on the ACT, the SAT, or what we call the TSI, Texas Success Initiative exam, or earning an industry certification in career and technology education. So the percentages here represent students who have earned any one of those indicators for college, career, or military readiness. Later in the spring, you will receive a full report on post-secondary readiness, but as you will notice across all of the student groups, our ethnicity groups, as well as economically disadvantaged, special education, and English learners, we have had substantial growth in those percentages, achieving one of the CCMR indicators over the last several years. There was a slight decrease in special education this year after a very large increase from 2016-17 to the class of 2018. We will continue to work on closing the gaps in performance between each of these groups of students as we move forward in our planning. Thank you. Please move to the next slide. Thank you. One of the other pieces of information that we must report annually with our TAPR report is data that we pull ourselves. TEA does not produce this data for us, but gives us the definition of what type of data to pull into the reporting. And so we have examined what are called the serious, violent, or criminal incidents over the last 3 years. Now this would be 2017-18 through 2019-20. So this data is as current as possible when we produce it for the public. So the student population or enrolled population in Fort Bend ISD has been increasing over the last 3 years. And yet at the same time, we have seen some decreases at the district and each of the levels, elementary, middle, and high school, in terms of the number of incidents that have occurred. COVID did impact the district in late spring. And so for about 9 weeks of the school year, we were completely online. And so we believe that could have had some impact on the final numbers for 2019-20 since students were not physically present with each other. However, I will show you some detailed information in just a moment that helps us know it may have continued that pattern in spite of being out of school those last 9 weeks in the online environment. The types of incidents that TEA considers critical to this category are things such as assault, terroristic threat, drugs or alcohol offenses, and felony type offenses. But you will notice that the district, middle school, and high school each had decreases in the percentage of serious incidents, and elementary remained the same overall for the year 2019-20. Thank you. Next slide, please. We did some additional analysis on the violent or criminal incidents beyond what we normally do because of the fact that we were online the last term, what we call term 4. And so ran an analysis on the overall set of data for term 4 to see if we could predict whether or not that would have been an increase or a decrease for the year. However, what we've seen trending over the last several years is that sometimes term 4 is higher and sometimes it's lower than the other terms. So what we chose to produce for you for direct comparability here is the terms term 1 through term 3, or the first 3 sets of 9 weeks, that is comparable because we were fully in school, and this is prior to COVID occurring in the late spring. And so you will notice that when we look at that data, again, the data for the district and middle and high school trends down, or a decrease in the number of incidences during term 1 through 3, with elementary having a slight increase from term 1 to term 3 for the year. Thank you. Next slide, please. The next piece of information that we want to give you more detailed information on, and then you will receive in the near future a full report from the Special Education Division. is that our rating for special education changed from meets to needs assistance. And that occurred because the district has been experiencing significant disproportionality in the area of discipline. And that includes things such as in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, or disciplinary placements. And it's represented particularly with our African-American students. And in this case, served through special education in those types of disciplinary settings. But what we see when we look at the overall set of data is that this is a problem with the general population. It is not specific to only special education students. However, TEA this past year changed their methodology somewhat to determine disproportionality and applied it to the 3 prior years. And in doing so, determined that the district had significant disproportionality in this area and needed to work to address and reduce that disproportionality. We received a performance level of 2 related to this area, and on a scale of 0 to 4 for performance risk levels in our results-driven accountability, 0 is the best scenario because it's considered to have the lowest risk. And so you'll see that as far as turning in valid, reliable, and timely data, we're at a 0, as well as any status of uncorrected non-compliance, we're at a 0. And then our financial audit data says we're at a risk level of 0. However, because of the disproportionality, we are at a risk level of 2 and are working to address that by analyzing and determining what strategies we can put in place with a district-wide committee. Next slide, please. In order to assist us in addressing this data, the district has formed a district level team with campus and district level representation to assess and respond to the data. We have been working at addressing the disproportionality data for about 5 years now. However, TEA did change their methodology this past year and so determined that we were considered significantly disproportionate for the last 3 years. And so that district level team is analyzing the data and has already determined that the general student population is actually impacted more than the special education population is. So it is not simply a special education issue that we are addressing here. And we are working to develop and submit a district action plan to the Texas Education Agency. And that involves establishing campus teams to analyze and respond to the data at a campus specific level, as the types of issues we're seeing vary from one campus to the next. And so the campus needs to be directly involved in assessing where they have barriers to address in reducing that disproportionality. Also, it includes professional development plans to promote equity and cultural competence. And we are reviewing district policies and procedures, as well as putting a progress monitoring cycle in place to monitor the data throughout the year and to work to address it. In the lower right corner, you see the formula that TEA uses to assess that disproportionality. And we have had a ratio of anywhere from 3 to 3.2 in the special education area for out-of-school suspension over the last 3 years. At the current time, we are sitting at about a 2.0, so we may actually get it reduced below the required 2.5 to come out of that significant disproportionality this year. But we know addressing this need is a longer-term issue that we will continue to work on as a district. And side by side with the special education data, you can see the general education disproportionality data, which is even higher than our special education disproportionality. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. And in summary, I would like to note some takeaways. Over the last 5 to 6 years, we have made significant progress with improving our student outcomes as represented through the Texas Academic Performance Report. You will hear a presentation later tonight on our student achievement data, student performance, because in addressing the needs of the whole child, we are looking at much broader sets of data than simply how we do on the state assessment elements. That is one critical piece of information that we must address. But we are working to ensure that we develop all of the 7 attributes of the profile of a graduate. And you'll see information as we have progressed this year in responding to COVID and related to the dual modes of instruction. In some cases, we have reached plateaus in some of our data, and we need to continue researching how to connect better with all of our students to improve student outcomes and to continue to close the achievement and growth gaps for students. And then we need to dig into the discipline data and understand the struggles and work to reduce proportionality so that we can realize better impact for our students, including well-being, behavior, grades, and overall performance. We know much of that is dependent on the social emotional relationships and supports that we put in place with students to help them understand themselves and to know how to respond in situations, as well as having staff understand what students are going through and what their needs are and being able to specifically address those needs. And in light of COVID-19, we have additional challenges now, as you will see in the information that gets presented later this evening with the student achievement presentation. Through the dual modes of learning, both online and face-to-face, as we work to assess and make connections and improve the student engagement pieces with our student population. And then we will have additional information forthcoming with both the student achievement report this evening, the special education report in the next couple of months, and then also a post-secondary readiness report that will be coming to you soon in spring. At this time, we will open the floor to public comments and questions about the Texas Academic Performance Report. And we do place both this presentation and the full TAPR report on the district website for public consumption, and then have opportunities for the public to ask questions and receive answers about the TAPR report. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Dupree, did you have any additional comments that you wanted to share at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for presenting this information. There's a lot of information that's here that I know is very high level, summative. I mean, I know that you stated that we have a couple of follow-up meetings that I really think we need to actually address. I don't think I heard maybe a follow-up meeting around the discipline. I mean, that's major to me, especially, I do understand that we have had some changes in our way we calculate the discipline, but from my understanding that we've had some very innovative ways that we were dealing with discipline over the last several years. So it's disheartening for me to see that the numbers are still pretty high. I think what would have helped too for me is that if we would have showed maybe what the numbers were prior to the new calculation. If you could provide that to us, that would be good. So that way we can see what the main difference was in those numbers. At this time, we don't have any public anyone from the public that has signed up. I do have a comment from Mrs. James.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Helliger. So I'd just like to pick up on what you were mentioning about the disproportionality. We have discussed that several times in the boardroom. It's been an ongoing and nagging problem for us. And I do think we need to address it pretty aggressively. In the past, one of the requests and acts of the board had been to ask the administration to help us to work on local policy DMA, and that policy is around professional development, and it's one that we wanted to include some cultural competency and some other professional development elements in. So I'm just bringing that to the board's attention. I would personally like for the policy committee to work on this policy, because I think it's been several years now we've been asking, and I'm just mentioning it to the group. I realize we have a lot of things going on, But that's one way that the board can address it would be, or at least to get a start on it, would be through policy DMA local.
All right, thank you, Ms. James. All right, do we have any other comments?
Well, I'd like to say one other thing, because you also picked up on some, you mentioned, I think, a little bit about achievement gaps and college and career readiness, military readiness. Those are the gaps that showed there, some of the gaps in graduation rates. And I do think it's important that we continue to talk about that. I recognize this data is a little bit old, but I do think this is this has to be at the forefront of the board's conversation. And so I don't want us to forget those things exist just because it's not the night to hear the TAPR report. So I guess that would be my comment. And then on my last, I have a question for staff. STAR data was not collected this past year. And what is the, so this data, as I said, is close to 2 years old now. What is the plan for STAR for this year, and what can we expect in the data collection, or has there been discussion of that yet?
I'll jump in, Mrs. James, real quick on that, and staff can add additional commentary if they have more to share. I know Audra may have some additional insight and others. But at this point, what we know is that STAR, it will be administered as of today for face-to-face students, and online students will not be required to come to school to take the exam. That's not to say some will not choose to do that, but won't choose to do it. But I have a hard time believing that any data that comes out of a testing that is partial, the way this year is going to be meaningful. The TEA has indicated they don't plan to issue the full accountability structure the way that they historically have, but I'm sure we will have a form of this TAPR report again next year, where they're going to attempt to do some form of extrapolation or data analysis to indicate how students have performed over the last year and a half, especially because of the state's concern about COVID. But I do think any data is going to be, in my view, unreliable at best, given the overall circumstance, unless they really have some psychometricians that really know how to dig deep into the face-to-face learning students only to gain some kind of insight. Audra, did you have anything else to add on that?
I would just add that the commissioner has been very strong in his push to continue to have the assessment given this year. Initially, the messaging was that all students would have to test and students online would have to come face-to-face, and he recently adjusted course on that. He is adamant that there will be some level of using this data to sort of set a baseline of what has happened due to COVID. So I presume from all of the discussions we've had with TEA representatives that they will be in some way comparing this data to the 2018-19 data to try to say what kind of loss has occurred. But I do agree with Dr. Dupree, it's going to be faulty. It could actually be inflated or deflated based on the performance of students who choose to show up for the testing, whether they're coming from online to take the test or those who have been coming face-to-face for some time now. We do anticipate some changes to the overall accountability system here in the near future. They didn't want to employ those changes now at the same time that we're dealing with COVID, but we do anticipate seeing some major changes to the accountability system by 2023.
What I would add, Mrs. James, is this, further to me, this whole conversation reinforces two lines of thinking that I would share. One is our commitment and investment in our community-based accountability system, that I think we've got to build. We've built a strong foundation that has been set on the back burner for a year now. We need to re-engage with that fully so that we can move that forward. I think that's going to be much more helpful for the board as we move forward, especially if they are able to work in a collaborative way with the community to determine what the measures are that we measure for success in Fort Bend. The other thing, and you hit on this, and Ms. Helliger hit on it as well, and Audra actually mentioned, she's talked about how in many of our data points, we have plateaued. And I think that we have reached a plateau in many ways. You know, if you look back over 7 years, We have done many research-based practices to bring our curriculum to where it needs to be. And that is always the fundamental first step in bringing equity to a school system, is that equitable access, guaranteed viable curriculum. And I think we've done a good job of that. There's still work to be done, no secrets there, but we've done a good job of that. But as you mentioned, the culturally conscious type of curriculum, the mindset, we've got to continue focusing on the mindset of our organization to really make a difference. Because as Ms. Helliger said, we've done some great things with trauma-informed care, restorative practices on discipline. We've done much good work in all of those areas, but we still have not shifted the mindset of all of our teachers and all of our principals and all of our organization in such a way that we're able to really close those achievement gaps and close the full disproportionality of discipline. So although we've made progress, we see the progress in the data points, we still have much work to do in this district that is significantly diverse and needs even deeper and fuller attention to those areas.
Thank you for those answers. So I think that's very helpful, and I appreciate the thoughtful answers. And I would say two things then. One is we need to continue to have these conversations so this place where we are, this information doesn't get lost and forgotten. Secondly, it occurs to me, okay, we don't have STAR results from last year. We're not going to have STAR results from this year that are meaningful or comparable. This is a rhetorical question not to be answered tonight, but it's how are we going to data collect? How are we going to know where our kids are, and what can we do that's a viable that's viable, so that the staff can plan, the board can monitor progress, and that we can all be doing our jobs and carrying out our respective roles. And I do think with regard to the discipline, we have to determine what's working, what's not working. As I said, I would highly advocate for policy in place to begin the to add to the practices. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to underscore Mrs. James' comments, and also Dr. Dupree, our restorative justice and all of the things that you mentioned. Although we have, as you put it, come a long way, the results indicated tonight belie that assertion. I'm not saying that we haven't made progress, but as you correctly pointed out, there's much more to be done. Secondly, I want to comment that I agree with you. We need to get our own accountability system revved up and taken off the back burner. I read in the Houston Chronicle over the weekend that Children at Risk have managed to give a letter grade to every school, every elementary school, every middle and junior high school, and every high school in Region 4. And how they have been able to do this in the absence of STAR data. The TEA is struggling to do this, and somehow magically Children at Risk has been able to do this and publish this in the Houston Chronicle, which is misleading and gives a false impression to the public. But until we get our own campus-based accountability system up and running, we don't really have anything to refute Mr. Robert Sanborn's assertions, which I would rather that he would roll up his sleeves and come volunteer in a school or come participate in a school board meeting than publish these ratings. And just to give you some idea of the scale, there are 900 elementary schools in Region 4. That's just counting elementary schools. So the fact that he was able to do this in short order, I would say, is truly unbelievable. Thank you for the time, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I just want to piggyback on something that Ms. James was talking about regarding data. And, listening to the report and, some of the issues we see, we suppose that maybe Harvey impacted some of our data, and we know that this year is certainly going to perhaps cause some similar impact. Not only online, but now we've had a week and a half of winter disruption. So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm wondering for the community and for the Board of Trustees if we might initiate some sort of monthly look at data and look at student data, especially our subpopulations, just to help the board and the community understand where we are and where we're going. And I would include in that looking at, career and tech ed, our special ed, looking at how those are doing, especially in light of the results-driven accountability results that we have from that that measure. So that's just kind of a question. You don't have to answer it, but I'm wondering if that could be something we could do for our community, just to help wrap our head around data. And in that same light, as we're trying to move to a community-based accountability system, I think that would be even more of the reason why we would need to start looking at data monthly with our subpopulations, and try to find those unique ways that we are measuring growth beyond STAR results and what we see in the state accountability. So that's just a bit of a desire, I guess, or a question to ponder, how we might be looking at data more regularly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then just to add that, just to complete this, if we could, Dr. Uday, if we could, and Dr. Dupree, kind of put together a schedule of when we're going to actually address some of the main key elements within this report, so that the Board of Trustees and the community can have kind of a insight of when we're going to have those discussions. All right. All right, if there's no other questions, I ask for a motion to adjourn this particular hearing.
Motion to adjourn.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you so much. This concludes our hearing for this evening. Board members, if you give me 5 minutes and we'll start the regular general meeting in 5 minutes. All right, thank you. All right, Dr. Dupree. It is now 6:18. All right, Dr. Dupree, can you take the attendance, please?
Yes, ma'am. All right, I'll start at the top. Addie Helliger,
Present.
Dave Rosenthal,
Here.
Grail James,
Here.
Shirley Gilliam, Rose Gilliam,
Present.
Angie Hannon,
Present.
Jim Rice,
Present.
Danetta Williams. Mrs. Williams?
Here.
Thank you. All righty, and staff, Deanna Saavedra,
Good evening, I'm here, Dr. Dupree.
Joe Rodriguez,
I'm present, Dr. Dupree.
Beth Martinez,
Good evening, I'm here.
Anthony Indelicato,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Robert Scamardo,
Sir, I'm here.
Oscar Perez,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Long Pham,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Brian Gwynn,
Yes, sir, I am here.
David Ryder,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Gwen Touche.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The time is now 6:20 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attended on a video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. This meeting is being live streamed to the district's YouTube channel, and a recording of the meeting will be uploaded to the district's webpage following the conclusion of this meeting. On March 16, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, Fort Bend ISD certifies the following. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference. This meeting is being held by video conference because the convening at one location of a quorum of the governmental body is not feasible. The live meeting is audible and accessible through a YouTube link that was timely and appropriately provided to the public and media as part of the meeting posted through a news release and via the district website. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the standard instructions for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. An audio and video recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public on the district's website. And at this time, I'm going to ask that we please stand for the pledges of allegiance. Dr. Dupree, is someone here to lead us with the pledge of allegiance?
I do not know that there's a student designated.
Okay, all right. All right. I pledge allegiance
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee,
Texas,
one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, at this time, we remain standing for the silent invocation. And at this time, before we go into invocation, I would like to just, for us to keep in our thoughts and our prayers all those who were impacted by the recent weather event of last week. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Okay, our first item on our agenda is, do we have any recognitions?
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Dupree, board members and staff. Tonight, we are extremely excited. We have various members of our Fort Bend ISD family that are being recognized and honored. We will begin with the recognitions that are going to focus on a video presentation of this year's Texas Music Educators Association Fort Bend ISD All-State winners.
Fort Bend ISD TMEA All-State Musicians. The Fine Arts Department would like to congratulate the 49 outstanding high school student musicians selected this year by competitive audition for the Texas All-State Band, Choir, and Orchestra, sponsored by the Texas Music Educators Association. Students are chosen for this high honor by participating in a series of rigorous auditions beginning in September and concluding in January. Over 70,000 students initially entered the competitive process, with only 1,800 students, or approximately 2.5%, earning a place in one of these prestigious 18 Texas All-State ensembles. Congratulations to these fine student musicians, their teachers, and their parents. Austin High School Orchestra. Ken Xiao, 4-year member, TMEA All-State. Jonathan Chang, 4-year member, TMEA All-State. Nathan Su. Sander Watt. Timothy So. Eric Jaw. Natalie Su. Andy Jiang. Derek Jiang, 4-year member, TMEA All-State. Christine Lee. Yunye Chien. The Austin Orchestra directors are Ann Victor, Zoran Yashmik, and Margaret Davis. Clements High School Band. Dewey Palmer. Kyle Yu. Danya Jagannathan. The Clements Band directors are Jeff Johnson, Brian Waits, Leslie Flynn, and Kate Thane. Choir. Sophie Marino, Lydia Hassel, Hassan Hamoud. The Clements choir directors are Janet Menzie and Ryan Bogner. Orchestra. Alice Zhang, Ethan Chang, Albon Wu, Stephen Yang, Eric Peng, Natalie Wang, Alexander Wen, Eon Sinesra, Ryan Peng. The Clements Orchestra directors are Neil Springer and Emery Daniel. Dulles High School Band, Madison Draney. The Dulles band directors are Joe Pruitt, Arnell Dayrit, and Spencer Clayton. Orchestra, Tommy Yu, Timothy Feng, Marco Johnson, Phoebe Tan, 4-year member, TMEA All-State. Jeffrey Lee, Tiger G, Claire Draney. The Dulles High School orchestra directors are Michael Isidore and Angela Yip. Elkins High School. Band, Kavi Shaw, Jacob Buentello, Charles Butera. The Elkins band directors are Chad Collins, Joseph Chen, and Christopher Dial. Choir, Pari Dewan, Alessandro Gucciardi, Tien Pham. The Elkins choir director is John Richardson. Kempner High School. Band, Reed Kernan. The Kempner High School band directors are Paul Brote, Eric Duenas, and Daniel Perales. Choir, Amanda Lopez, Stephanie Agu. The Kempner choir director is Timothy Klingler. Orchestra, Nafi Karim. The Kempner orchestra director, Richard Leppert. Ridge Point High School. Band, Aaron Price, Timothy Peich. The Ridge Point band directors are Luis Saldana, William Burson, and Christopher Banos. Choir, Isabella Elizondo Collado. The Ridge Point choir directors are Chelsea Berner and DeEvan Johnson. Travis High School. Choir, Nicholas Pappas, Damali Babel. The Travis choir director is Timothy Kilgore. Congratulations to our 49 Fort Bend ISD Texas All-State musicians.
Well, congratulations to our wonderful students and, of course, the educators that lead our students on a daily basis in the Fine Arts Department. Next, we're going to move towards counselors. We have Counselors Reinforcing Excellence for Students in Texas, known as CREST, sponsored by Texas School Counselor Association, TSCA, awards exemplary school counseling programs that demonstrate effective school counseling programs designed and implemented while emphasizing a commitment to obtaining results that boost achievement and wellness for students. The following Fort Bend ISD counselors are 2020-2021 CREST recipients. Can you put the PowerPoint on, Jerry? Thank you. First, we have Karen Powell from Mission West Elementary School. Next, we have Melissa Missy Masters from Cornerstone Elementary School. And last but not least, we have Bianca Johnson from Cornerstone Elementary School. Once again, these are our 2020-2021 CREST recipients. Congratulations. Robert Centeno, a senior at Hightower High School, was awarded the Maverick Academic Scholarship from UT Arlington. The $84,000 scholarship is awarded to solid performing incoming freshmen who demonstrate academic success. Robert came to the US at age 13. With English as his second language, Robert states, "It requires effort, dedication, and time. English was not a barrier for me to succeed." Robert, congratulations on being awarded an $84,000 scholarship. Fort Bend ISD, in collaboration with the Fort Bend Historical Commission and Fort Bend Black Heritage Association, were approved for a historic Texas cemetery designation for the resting place of the Sugar Land 95, known as the Bullhead Convict Labor Camp Cemetery. This acknowledgement as a historical site will preserve the cultural significance in our community. This signifies the state's recognition of the importance of this local history. Madam President, that concludes the recognitions and awards.
Thank you so much. Again, congrats. I miss being in the boardroom and not being able to touch and take pictures. So again, congratulations to all of our students and our leaders for all of your hard work, your success, and your achievements tonight. We are very, very proud of you, and for all administrators to help them get to achieve where they are today. Also, to our counselors, again, thank you so much for your work and for your recognition as CREST recipients. And then lastly, this goes out to all of the team members who really worked hard to get the Bullhead Camp Cemetery historical designation. I know that was a lot of work, and we appreciate you all for the work that you all did. Again, with the board, we thank you so much. All right, so next on to our agenda will be our audience items. I'm working from the phone, the computer, and the book. So we have one audience item tonight, and that is from Miss Sandra Khalil. Miss Sandra, you have 3 minutes. Miss James? Yeah, Ms. James will be your timer for this evening, and she will give you a notice at 30 seconds remaining of your 3 minutes. Ms. Khalil, are you on the line?
I am. Could you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Sandra, and thank you, members of the board, for hearing me today. And for those that didn't hear me at the last board meeting, I'm the daughter of Nadia Khalil, 20-year Fort Bend ISD employee, and myself a graduate, elementary through high school of this district, in 92, magna cum laude in the first 4-year graduating class of Kempner High School. And I just wanted to take a time to know, as you know, many people have been suffering from the winter storm, and I wish also to express how suffering comes in many forms, whether from COVID positive tests, power outages during freezing temperatures, and job-related employment concerns. It's all suffering, regardless how we look at it, it's all suffering. And I wish to thank the board as volunteers for making yourselves available during, this winter storm, and reminding them that, this grievance process for employees that my mother went through is also a form of suffering, and it's suffering, pain, and also injustices that employees have incurred, and that's why we went through this process. And yeah, I want to express how I feel, how unfair the grievance process is, and how I've experienced and my mother's experienced a lot of injustices, not only on what the actions that have occurred in the grievance itself, but also in the process and how it's being conducted. Behind closed doors, decisions have been made that should never have been made except in an open session. Policy changes have been presented to me as if they're policy interpretations, neither of which decisions should have been made behind closed doors. I was notified specifically that my mom was limited or restricted from grieving certain individuals to only those with direct personal involvement in violation of the law in order to avoid circumventing the three-tier process. No employee should ever be limited or restricted from grieving any individual to take away responsibility from those in leadership. A good leader means a person who takes full responsibility for the actions of their employees who are trained and take actions in the subject and direction of that training under his or her oversight. I really, express this to the board that this means a lot to me and to my mother and to those who are in the grievance process.
30 seconds.
And I appreciate your addressing this subject to try to make the grievance process much more equal to all and to all those in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khalil. All right, that concludes our audience items for this evening. Our next agenda item will go straight into our information items. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dupree. I know this is one of student achievement updates is definitely something that we've been asking for and waiting for quite some time. So I know we're all excited and anticipating the information that you're going to provide us tonight.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm going to turn it immediately over to our Deputy Superintendent, Deanna Saavedra, to launch this report.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Dupree. As Dr. Dupree indicated tonight, the administration will provide an update on the 2020-21 Term 2 student achievement outcomes and continued intervention support afforded to students during the COVID-19 pandemic. Beth Martinez, our Chief Academic Officer, and Joe Rodriguez, our Chief of Schools, will assist with the presentation this evening. In addition, we're going to be hearing from 3 of our principals who will share some of the strategies that they're employing at their campuses that are proving to be successful with our students. Travis High School Principal Sarah LaBerge, Crockett Middle School Principal Tanya Curtis, and Ridgemont Elementary Principal Frammy Diaz. Next slide, please. We'll begin the presentation with lessons learned and define the elements of the learner experience, followed by the review of data findings and information about ongoing intervention systems being used to respond to the data. At the end of the presentation, we'll close by providing the board an outlook of the planning efforts for the 21-22 school year. Next slide, Gary. So one of the things that we're very proud of in Fort Bend ISD, and we thank the board for their leadership in this area, is the foundation and the directional system that we launch from in Fort Bend ISD, which includes our mission, our vision, our core beliefs, and commitments. This foundation and directional system is what continues to drive our decision-making as we continue to face challenges associated with the pandemic, and as of late, the winter storm. Our organization at all levels is nimble, adaptable, and resilient. And I came across a quote by Christopher Reeves this afternoon, someone who's overcome a number of different hardships in his life. And he says, "A hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles." I think that we can all agree that the heroes who bring their best and give their best each and every day are our teachers, our instructional staff, our campus leaders, our district leaders, and all operational staff. We all together continue to demonstrate an unwavering commitment to delivering on the promise to provide our students with a quality learning experience. I'll have to admit that we don't profess to have all the answers, but what we have learned quite a bit through responding to this pandemic. Some of the things that we've learned obviously are that learning gaps will be present. Students will experience learning loss at different rates, and it's going to take a planned multi-year process for us to adequately address the gaps that will be presented. When we think about what we've learned and what kids need from their schools to succeed, there are 4 building blocks, those that you see on the screen, that are essential and will continue to inform our decision. The first of which is engaging parents. We all know how important parents are to the success of students in school. And so us being able to connect, engage, and partner with parents as part of the educational process will be critical. So we continue to explore through our Collaborative Communities Division how to best engage and connect with parents, along with our campus leaders and our Department of School Leadership. In addition, we've heard how important it is for us to support the whole child. We're going to continue to work through building and expanding our supports through our SEL and Comprehensive Health Division, as long as continuing with our outreach efforts associated with collaborative communities. Also very important is for us to address equity. You know, in our TAPR report just a few minutes ago, we heard Dr. Udi report that we are one of the most diverse school districts in the nation, and certainly in the state. So as the most diverse district in the nation, we must employ culturally responsive practices that include communicating high expectations for students and planning lessons that really engage our students and where they feel valued. The last thing I'll mention is how important assessment is in terms of our planning efforts. And here is another area where we built a firm foundation in Fort Bend ISD. We'll continue to utilize our assessment framework, which includes a cycle of formative assessment, so that we can continue to gather evidence of student learning, along with continuing with our standards-based grading practices through our grading pilot. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, I think it's important for us to define what we mean by learning experience. So when we think about the shift between term 1 to term 2, we launched term 1 with all students being 100% online. As we transition to term 2, we know that we shifted from 100% online to 63% of our students being online versus 37% of our students being face-to-face. So the data that will be presented today is going to be presented in that context. When we define face-to-face, the face-to-face modality, the instructional methods that we employ are those traditional methods that you would typically see in a face-to-face environment with social distancing in place. In addition, we do have some face-to-face classrooms that are employing distance learning, and we have a few classrooms who have concurrent teaching happening. That means teachers have online kids and face-to-face kids and they're using both of those delivery methods concurrent in the classroom. When we think about online, our traditional online model would include synchronous instruction, asynchronous instruction, and also some concurrent modality as well. Next slide, please. Some additional things that we need to consider as we define learner experience are student attendance and teacher attendance, because both of these things impact the success of students. We all know in order for a student to be successful in school, they need to be present. And student attendance is a major predictor of how well students succeed in school. In addition to that, what we know is that teacher attendance can sometimes impact student achievement by 2 and 3 times the amount of other factors. So it's important to note as we go through and share some of the data with you that our learner experience is impacted by student attendance and teacher attendance. At this time, I'm going to hand the presentation over to Beth Martinez. She's going to go through a number of different data points. I want to stress that as she goes through those data points, when we transition from term 1 to term 2, we hope to see significant improvements in our student achievement. As Ms. Martinez goes through some of the data, you're going to find that we've been able to maintain student achievement levels in some areas, but in many areas, we did see somewhat of a decline in our student achievement. So I wanted to point that out as we move forward. Ms. Martinez?
Thank you, Deanna. Good evening, everyone. So as Deanna said, we hoped as we prepared for term 2 that we would see an increase, yet we anticipated that our student achievement in all of our student groups might suffer during this season of virtual learning and the transition for our staff and our students to dual learning models. So as we continue to monitor our student performance and support students and their learning, the staff started analyzing various data sources, including student grades with a comparison of passing rate from term 1 to term 2, along with a comparison between our online students and our face-to-face learners. We looked at attendance data, reading level data for our youngest students, and some preliminary REN 360 diagnostic universal screener data from the middle of the year assessments. I'll provide this evening in my portion of this presentation a high-level overview of the grades, attendance, and diagnostic assessment data, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez, who will share information specific to academic supports. Sorry, I saw the slide change, that distracted me. Information specific to academic supports, teacher, district, and campus actions as we respond to the data that we've been analyzing. So on the screen, you'll see the components that we looked at in addition to the grades that I mentioned. And the second component that we've analyzed is our attendance data. This data is as of December the 18th, where our district average daily attendance, or our ADA, is at 96.1. And this is comparable to previous years. And we feel like the stable ADA is somewhat of a result of the updated TEA attendance taking procedures, which supports both our synchronous and asynchronous instruction for our online students. When we look at our diagnostic assessment data, we're going to be reviewing this evening. This includes our REN 360 data in reading for first grade, early literacy for kindergarten, and reading level data. When we reported to you all in December, we provided REN for 1st through 12th grade students. You'll notice this evening we're focusing on our K-1 students for 2 reasons. First, we determined to look at kindergarten and first grade reading data during this presentation because of the long-term impact of students that do not know how to read prior to 3rd grade. We also have additional data points in kindergarten and first grade that are related to reading levels on the student's report card. The second reason is because we received our district level REN data as of this morning. And so the team started analyzing that data so that we can provide you with a more comprehensive memo that will include K through 12 REN 360 data. Would you change the slide, please? Thank you. The testing window for our middle of the year REN 360 ran from January 19th through February 12th. This data represented on the screen shows kindergarten and first grade students as of February 3rd. So we were reporting to you before the end of that testing window. The data at that time indicated to us in the top graph, students at or above benchmark, and we didn't see any huge variances there. I want to point out 90% participation rate for kindergarten students and 93% participation rate for our first grade students. 75% of our kindergarten students met the benchmark on the English assessment, and 80% of the students met benchmark on the Spanish assessment. 73% of our first graders met the benchmark on our English assessment, with 70% of our first graders on the Spanish assessment meeting benchmark. On the bottom of this slide, the next graph shows our student growth percentile, or SGP. And we believe that our SGP at our middle of the year may be skewed somewhat because of what we shared with you at the beginning of the year, and due to the fact that it's calculated comparing our first data prior to the second. And since we had concerns about inflated scores in kindergarten and in first grade from our beginning of the year data, we know this is showing an impact in our SGP. When we have more comprehensive data, we'll provide, again, that analysis to you. With regard to our reading level data, which is not shown on this slide, but important to note, in kindergarten, the district had 80.2% of our students reading above or on grade level on the Term 2 report card. In first grade, the district had 65.7% of students above or on grade level, and this represents a decrease of 0.4% compared to Term 1. When we compare our online and face-to-face students, we see there are more face-to-face learners that are above or on grade level. And although the difference is minimal in kindergarten, with 79% of our face-to-face students and 81% of our online students reported to be above or on level readers. We've learned that we need to maintain the campus-based student support team, or what we call our SST process, so that we can identify students in need of our Tier 3 interventions, and we need to ensure identified students are receiving targeted intervention through our leveled literacy intervention, or LLI. The holistic validity analysis allows us to determine if changes in our end of the year assessment data gathering might be necessary. So we'll be bringing you additional information about that. Please change the slide. All right, this shows our overall number or percent of students passing. And you'll see on this slide that 78% of our students are passing all of their classes, while 22% have received at least one failing grade on their Term 2 report card. This represents a 1% decrease in passing rates when we compare it to Term 1 of the fall 2021. We did have more students, so this is important to note because it was a bit confusing as we looked at the data, but we had more students in Term 2. And even though there may have been a larger number of passing grades, the percentage overall decreased by 1%. We did not compare our Term 2 data from the 1920 or 2019-20 school year to our Term 2 for 2021 of this year because the learning environments were different. And really in this system of running dual learning models, we were very focused on comparing our Term 1 to Term 2 in our current situation. Could you please change the slide? Thank you. Overall, Term 2 data suggests that our face-to-face students are passing at a higher rate than their online peers in all but high school. We have 31 of our 51 elementary schools with a higher passing rate for face-to-face, 14 out of 15 middle schools, and 5 of our 11 high schools with a higher face-to-face passing rate. We noticed that 80% of our Title I campuses saw a higher passing rate for students in the face-to-face learning model compared to 50%. Or 57%, I'm sorry, of our non-Title I campuses. So we know this is important, and our Department of School Leadership is working to bring students back face-to-face who are struggling, and you may hear more information about that in the coming presentation. We did observe a similar trend in the data when we look at race and ethnicity, where we noticed our African American and our Hispanic students had more success with passing grades in each of the core subject areas if they were in face-to-face classes. We also know that our secondary students, specifically our 9th grade students, there's a long-term impact of the low passing rates because more of those students who do not pass will be an off cohort or behind in course credits for their first year of high school. So we have instituted multiple credit recovery and grade repair strategies that will support these students so they can remain in their cohort, as well as some additional summer programming that will assist these students as well. Please change the slide. Thanks. As we study in the area, each of the content areas specifically, the number of passing grades by grade level and course, we noticed the following. We noticed that each content area experienced a drop in passing rate from Term 1 to Term 2. We know that our ninth grade passing rates for all 3 content areas experienced the largest drop in passing rates for term 2. And in science, we experienced the largest overall decrease in passing rate. So we noted that in all of our subpopulations that experienced a decrease in the passing rate in reading and math, all of them except for our white students in math, and that all of our student groups experienced a decrease in passing rate in reading and math, with the exception of our GT students in the math content area. Our attendance rate, as you will note, is stable, as I mentioned earlier, and we have a significant number of students who have 0 absences. We know that student engagement is critical. However, currently, we don't have a way to quantify student engagement, whether it's in the online setting or face-to-face. That being said, teachers were provided with a menu of strategies that help to give them ideas and resources for how to better manage their time, manage their students' time, provide tools and strategies for students, for other teachers, and for parents to use to monitor progress and engagement strategies for students. The menu incorporates strategies that support the student's ownership through a checklist, through self-assessments, through recommendations, and through goal settings. And we believe these strategies for students tracking their own progress and strategies are tools that teachers can use to formatively check for understanding, as well as they serve as tools to help increase communication and collaboration, and this contributes to student engagement in the learning process. We've not formally surveyed our students on the frequency or the use of these strategies or to assess their feelings of engagement, and we know that this is important work that lies ahead for us. Please change the slide. All right, as we look at this slide, this represents our student groups or student populations, and all of our student groups experienced an increase in failing rates between term 1 and term 2, except for, as I mentioned previously, our white students and our GT students in mathematics. When we look at our white 2 or more races, Asian, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander and ESL students in science. So those 2 groups really did not experience decreases. When we look at reading, our Hispanic, Black, African American, and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders had the largest increase in failing rates between term 1 and term 2. And then when we compare our special student groups, specifically our economically disadvantaged students, had the largest increase in failing rates for reading and math. We know that in term 2, there were influences that were associated with some of the experiences that our learners had. We had significant master schedule changes and challenges as we looked at the timeline and made those adjustments for heading into term 4. We anticipate much greater success to the transition. We know that in secondary schools specifically, it took about 3 weeks to settle the schedules for our students and for our teachers. And in elementary, students were experiencing new teachers, and they had to go through the building relationships with the peers in their classrooms and with their teachers. We experienced, and students experienced, some technology syncing issues that were associated with the master scheduling challenges. And we have already put plans in place and are implementing those plans to address these concerns as we transition into term 4 to alleviate some of these negative influences. Please skip to the next slide. Thank you. So as we noted previously, our enrollment for 2021 demonstrates a decline if we look at it in comparison to last year. We have approximately 1,692 fewer students when we reported December 18th compared to that same time last year. And it's not unique to us, as public school districts across the state and nation are also reporting decreases in their enrollment due to the pandemic. We've been focused during this time on chronic absenteeism. And overall, our second semester data indicates less than 3% of our students had chronic absenteeism through the first semester. And chronic absenteeism, we're defining as those students who experience between 10 to 20 absences. There's a team of cross-functional folks, multiple departments who reach out to support the campus and support the families and students in identifying these chronic absentee students and providing supports, identifying what supports might be needed and helping to provide those supports. We talked to you in October, or might not have been in October, but in October, we had approximately 5,736 students that were not enrolled in Fort Bend this year, but had been enrolled in the 1920 school year. And those were our students that we couldn't find. We spoke to you about the platform at the state level that we weren't able to access, and it wasn't in place quite yet, and we were struggling to identify where these students had gone. It's important for you to know that that number has dropped to 157 students currently, with approximately 93% of the students being at the early years, the 3 to pre-K, kinder, all the way up through elementary. And this is consistent with the data from across the state as well. But we've made a significant impact to those numbers. And there's specific data that shows you exactly where we found those students and the students that are accounted for and unaccounted for in the documentation that was provided to you. Our staff is continuing to work together to create collaborations and conduct activities to reach out to these students who are still not accounted for, and to ensure that they have tools and resources to be able to be enrolled in school somewhere, if not in our system. And so that is the overall highlights of our academic performance in terms of the data associated with grades and with our attendance and with our diagnostic assessment. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Beth. Next, we will be discussing the academic supports and interventions we have available at the teacher, campus, and district level. The efforts at every level has created a strong relationship, where as a district, we've been able to develop and implement targeted academic supports and interventions. Every group has been critical, especially as we work towards closing the COVID gap. And I say COVID gap because we are used as a nation, as a school district, we're used to defining gaps as academic gaps. But with everything that we've experienced the past year, I think it makes sense to also include the fact that our students have a COVID gap. COVID has impacted our students, but we are creating the plans. We've been implementing plans to ensure that we do our part to limit the gap and to ensure that our students are caught up, especially with everything they've experienced this past year. Each level, staff is focused on identifying, intervening for all students, and have established systems to support our most vulnerable children. You'll find that we have systems in place to identify and provide supports for campuses and students. Using the learning framework below to guide instructional practices, administration monitors the progress of students and staff performance using the leading improvement framework. Looking at the two graphics below, you will see that the learning framework drives our instructional priorities as a district, and the leading improvement framework is utilized by administrators to monitor the progress of these instructional practices. Our learning framework has 6 areas that guide learning in Fort Bend ISD. The first one is content. With content, the main focus is to ensure that there's rigorous content for our students and that it's aligned to the Fort Bend ISD curriculum. With social emotional supports, what's emphasized is how critical it is for students to experience or to have the experiences that build relationships, promote engagement, and support systems for our students. When it comes to the profile of a graduate, it draws your attention to 2 important attributes, and that is communication and collaboration. 2 critical attributes that must be present in the classrooms, and our students must be afforded the opportunity to have. Next is progress monitoring and assessments. And the highlight with progress monitoring and assessments is really it's about authentic student work in various assessment modalities. With feedback, the focus is ensuring that our students have opportunities for self and peer assessment, along with feedback strategies through collaborative online tools. Last, we have goal setting and revision. And the emphasis here is for our students to have the opportunity to engage in goal setting revision processes. These processes have to be aligned to the identified success criteria that students will be exposed to in their classroom. In addition, the leading improvement framework focuses on a cycle that includes defining and communicating expectations, inspecting our set expectations, those that we set as a school district, and ensuring we provide feedback by having the necessary conversations. This framework is the foundation of how we monitor everything and anything in Fort Bend ISD. And of course, this is how we ensure fidelity. Next slide, please. Okay, with the CST process, what we have experienced with the CST process is this process has been in place for a few years, and it truly is a collaborative process. And the focus is shared responsibility. And the only way you can collaborate and have the shared responsibility is to ensure that you have campus leadership and district leadership walking into the classrooms and monitoring instruction. The conversations that take place are rich, they're reflective conversations. Many members from central office, from central administration participate in these walks, and it provides us with the insight that we need to be able to speak to what is occurring in the classrooms, what type of instruction is benefiting our students, and what are some of the needs that our campuses have, specifically our teachers and our campus leaders. Some of the information that you can see on the slide is the summary where we were at before the freeze was that we visited 42 elementary schools. We had 1,238 total classroom observations. We were able to visit 10 of our middle schools and had 280 total classroom observations. And of course, 12 high schools with 311 total classroom observations. Now, you may ask, well, why 12? We are including some of our other schools like Progressive, DAAP, so we include them as well. When you look at the alignment to the instructional components, the graphs give you some insight as to what we observed during the CST process. When it comes to alignment to the instructional model, what we received from these observations were 74% of the classrooms that were visited are aligned with the instructional model. With the scope and sequence, a little bit higher, 81%. And of course, when we're looking at rigor, we were at 79%. Now, I want to share the experience that I had with the CST walk at Missouri City Middle School. And I have to say, I was absolutely impressed with what I observed. There are a lot of conversations occurring in Fort Bend ISD, in the state, in the nation, and we can even say globally regarding the education of our students. And with the visit I had, I was extremely impressed with the passion of the teachers in the classroom. Not only the passion that they had for instruction and ensuring that that instruction was delivered appropriately and that the students were learning, but the passion that they had to ensure that their students were cared for. You know, and in speaking to the campus principal, you know, I reflected on the experience and I told her, this is something that many other people should observe and should hear about. Because with some of the negativity that one hears regarding education, it was eye-opening to see such great instruction and to see educators that had true passion for their students and wanted them to learn and were doing everything that they could do that was possible to ensure that they learn. In the CST process as well, it's just not about visiting classrooms. We're looking at their lesson plans. We're looking at the conversations, the chats that they're having with students. We're looking at the level of engagement. And all across the board at the campus that I visited, it was top-notch instruction, great leadership. And as I reflected, and we met as a team, what I had pride in was the feedback was something that the campus leadership wanted. There was no pushback. They welcomed the feedback. They collaborated with the district administrators. We were able to provide guidance and some next steps, which I feel is the way as a school district, those are the steps needed to ensure that we keep on competing not only in the region, in the state, but of course globally as well. So once again, the CST process, it got off to a great start. I know that there were some campuses that may have experienced some struggles, but all the campus leadership teams, everybody participating in these walks we are reconfiguring to ensure that everybody has the same positive experience that I participated in. Next slide, please.
So, Dr. Rodriguez, are we going to hear from our principals at this time, or would you like them to share at the close of the presentation?
We can hear from our principals. I do believe that there's some slides that may be missing.
Mm-hmm.
But we can go ahead and transition and have our principals speak. So as Ms. Saavedra mentioned earlier, we do have 3 principals with us. We have Sarah LaBerge, principal at Travis High School, Tanya Curtis, principal at Crockett Middle School, and we have Frammy Diaz, the principal at Ridgemont Elementary. So I am going to ask Mrs. Sarah LaBerge to please join the chat and to provide us with her experience being the principal at Travis High School.
Hi, good evening. Thank you guys for having me. As I'm listening to their presentation, I just wanted to kind of speak to how that translates for us at the high school. Some of the things that I've seen growth in throughout the process, I would say largely the PLC process. That's the professional learning communities planning process with our teachers. You know, you would think that given with COVID and moving to a virtual environment, that would be very difficult. But in fact, it's proved to be a very efficient and effective way for our teachers to plan together. Many times when they are in person or when we are in person, it's very easy to disengage. But when you're in the virtual environment and you're sharing screen and you're looking at the documents from Schoology, it forces everyone to really be involved in the process. So something that we have seen through our campus walkthroughs and through our CST walkthroughs is that we were at almost 100% alignment to the district curriculum. And for me, that is the highest I've ever seen at any campus during any given school year. And I attribute that much to the PLC planning process and the way that teachers have had to really come together and collaborate and align together. So we've seen a lot of growth in that area. As far as the walkthrough data, we also noticed that an area of need for us was student collaboration in the virtual environment. So they're still doing the group activities and things in person, but it's a bit more challenging in the virtual environment. And part of that could be attributed to teachers just feeling a little bit of reluctance or nervousness about working with the breakout rooms and being able to jump into individual breakout rooms and the technology side of that. But it also tells us that that's a professional learning opportunity for us to improve in that area. As I said, our virtual PLC process has really made an impact in the lesson planning and the delivery of the instruction to our students. When we're 100% aligned to the curriculum, that means our kids are having the opportunity to engage with every aspect of the learning that they need to be. We're not skipping units in order to catch up. We're really able to stay with that built out curriculum. I would also say that just through some different professional learning for myself, one of the biggest impacts on student learning is teacher efficacy. And I can see a growth in our teacher efficacy just based on the way that they are PLC planning together. Some of our student supports that have really come in handy for us as we work through the challenges of having kids in 2 different learning modalities. We have a model on our campus where the lead counselor and the associate principal, their caseload is that of our off cohort students. So our students who are not currently at the credit level with their peers where they should be. So those 2 ladies work specifically with the off cohort students. We've come up with a new way to track the effectiveness of this model for us, and it allows for us also to monitor and adjust the interventions that we use and also the communication efforts that we use for those kids. But these students are grouped in different ways based on the commonalities of their needs. And so those two ladies are checking in with those students weekly, sometimes more than weekly. They're completing some home visits, and they're really working on helping those kids get back onto their cohort level. We also are utilizing attendance disaggregation every term, and we are setting up meetings with parents and students to really talk about any attendance concerns. And that's been very helpful, as has student affairs, because when we provide them with our list of truant students or students that we're concerned about their attendance, they are also doing home visits for us. So there's a great collaboration between that department and our campuses. The last thing that I will touch on, because I'm sure everybody's going to kind of touch on some of the same things, you know, in term 4 last year, we started using grade repair. And that is something that we have employed every single term. And while, you know, they're on one side, you could say, well, isn't that sort of reactive? Like they're failing, so now we are doing something. And I would disagree with that, because it's really more about the content repair, so that we can ensure that our grades are reflective of what the students know and what they can do, rather than their compliance in turning in an assignment. Because whether they turned it in last week or they relearn it and turn it in this week, it doesn't ultimately matter. What matters is what have they learned and what have they gained from the content. So I think that we've really changed our mindset in the way that we kind of approach that content and grade repair opportunity for kids. And I think it's shifted the way that we're looking at grades as more a reflection of learning rather than compliance. So thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Principal Tanya Curtis.
Good evening, everyone. I guess I'm going to start a little bit different and just kind of explaining some of our big rocks at Crockett and some of the things that we're really digging deep into. So one of the things that we were looking at with data, we certainly noticed that our online students were not progressing as well. And so we are really digging in deep with this TEA provision and really taking full advantage of being able to bring our scholars back early. So when we looked at our failures for semester 1, we had 183 students that failed one or more courses. And of course, the provision allows us to really look at bringing students that failed 2 or more. So, you know, I'm really happy to report of the 18 scholars that failed 4 courses, 14 of those students are actually reporting back now. So many of them were supposed to report back on the 16th, but obviously the bad weather stopped that. So as soon as we return back face to face, we have 14 of those scholars that are reporting back immediately. So we know that we'll be able to get those students on track. We also have an additional 10 students, and those are students who failed like three courses that will be returning back in term 4. So we're really happy about that, because we definitely have a plan for each of our scholars. Now, we obviously have some that are not reporting back, but the counselor and administrator team, they're working similar to like Ms. LaBerge said, they're working, and these are our Maverick Watch students. So any of those students who are not performing, we're coming up with individualized plans for each of them. And a lot of it is definitely grade repair, but even beyond grade repair, making sure that we kind of help the student calculate what that yearly average has to be. So in this term 3, we're making sure students are performing well and earning a grade so that they can kind of recover where they lost ground. So that's one of the major things that we're doing. Now, when these students return back, we do have supports for them. So we've talked to almost all of these parents. The counselors and administrators have called to talk to these parents, and we're also planning to talk to the kids too, because we need the kids to own their own learning and own and commit to these plans to get these babies back on track. And so we have where March 1st is when they will come back, our first day face-to-face since the bad weather. And we're going to be meeting with each of those to get them equally committed to a plan for them to be on track. Another source of data that we have been looking at closely, the window for the middle of the year REN 360, it closed on Friday when we left on the 12th, but we've since had time to look at that data. And while it's not perfect data. It is data that I'm not unhappy with. So when I looked at the growth report of the scholars at Crockett, I noticed that about 60% of them in reading are meeting their expectations. So that anticipated progress. So that's 571 of 941 that tested in reading. When you look at math, it was 570 out of 932 of them that are meeting their student growth progress. So that's about 62%. So while that's, again, not perfect numbers, those are numbers we can work with, and those are numbers that we're looking at to see how do we, from the middle of the year, we know that they are progressing. There are students that are learning despite being online. How do we continue in that trend? We also looked at our longitudinal data, because that's the data that really, once I looked at the growth data, I needed more. Like, well, help me, give me more. And what we noticed is that our 8th grade students, when we look at the longitudinal data, the same set of kids that's been at Crockett for 3 years, our 8th graders are faring the best. They're not losing ground in either reading or math. Then it's our 7th grade. They're losing a little ground, but it's not as substantial as our 6th graders, which are the newest students to us and obviously had the greatest break in this transition to middle school. So we realized that while we don't have STAR data, as I heard Ms. James ask about what data collection are we looking at when you guys were going over the TAPR portion, while we don't have STAR data from last year, we do have the REN 360 data that at the campus level we are looking at to see what students are progressing, they're growing, and which students are pretty stagnant or even falling behind, so that we can then go back and develop a plan with those students. Now that's only in math and reading. However, for our tested subject in social studies, it's 8th grade, we're part of the grading pilot. And the great thing about being a part of the grading pilot, you're always looking at growth anyway, students being proficient across the learning progressions. So these teachers are trained to give students multiple opportunities to show that they are truly growing. And we see that growth over time in Social Studies 8. Now in science, we are not a part of the grading pilot, and Science 8 is what is tested for STAR. We're not a part of the grading pilot, but in 6 through 8, what our science teachers do regularly, they always give a pre-test and then a post-test to compare the growth across all the standards and those gaps. So we know when our teachers are, our students are learning, and when we have some gaps to fill. One of the things that we did as a campus, for our face-to-face and our online to be aligned with the time, we structured our day where face-to-face, they always do about 60 minutes of instruction to align with the 60 minutes online. But in the last 25 to 30 minutes, the teachers are always doing small group breakout where they have used the data from that day or from a formative assessment and some other formative assessment, and they're actually providing the support to those kids. Now that's the face-to-face because it's 90 minutes in length. Whereas when it's online, one of the things that we did, and we started this in January when we saw that our online kids just was not progressing as well as those that return face-to-face, we structured that asynchronous time. So we have set asynchronous time where each scholar knows if you did not do well or fare well in that class, that 60 minutes of synchronous instruction. And we know that because we always give some assessment, some post check to know where our scholars are across the learning progression, then we invite them back at a set time to receive additional support the same way we do in our face-to-face environment. So it's never a student leave that day and not know or not have an opportunity to go deeper into the learning. Some of the things that we are also planning to do that's in the works after looking at some of the REN 360 data, we're going to rework our advisory classes. Right now, our advisory classes, we're definitely addressing social emotional learning. We have time for some intervention, but for some of these kids that we notice that are really, really struggling as far as grades, especially our online scholars, we are reworking our advisory classes in such a way that the grade repair, we will use Edgenuity because that is a tool that we can use, but the kids who are working on Edgenuity, we're going to actually have them in the same advisory class. It's per grade level, so it's 3 different sets. And so that they have the support of a teacher, kind of similar to high school. My background, a lot of my background is high school. So it's similar to the O-Lab, where these scholars are in there, they're doing the term repair and Edgenuity, but they're doing it with a teacher to support. And so what I did is we recruited, the administrators, we recruited teachers of different subjects. So we have someone who is ELA, we have someone that's science. My math team just happened to be off at that time, so they can provide support. And then we also have someone who can also help in social studies. So that's some of the things that we're doing to address the student failure and students falling behind, which was presented a little bit earlier by Beth. Another thing we're doing at Crockett, we are certainly working also on the ACEs plan. We're going to have 3 tracks in our ACEs. There's going to be a track for intervention, and these are students that are not necessarily failing, but when you look at the RAND 360 data, there's just gaps that we can address during that time. So we're looking at bringing them back. And we already know that maybe all of our parents will not allow their kids to come in. So we're going to be prepared to do concurrent instruction where we have some scholars that are face-to-face, and then we have some scholars that are online, and that one teacher will be providing. And so I took a few training classes with education elements to make sure that I was certainly prepared to train my staff to lead this type of instruction. A second track, we're going to have grade repair because we know there still may be a few that will need to have some grade repair for term 3. And in grade repair, we have 2 tracks. We have for students who in term 3, they end with a score of a grade of 51 to 69. There'll be an instructor-led grade repair where we can just look at the areas that they missed and kind of give them that extra opportunity to be assessed again, to learn and be assessed again. And then we'll have Edgenuity for students who score 50 and below. And that is because Edgenuity does an amazing job of actually going back from the beginning and teaching those things. And the central office has done great with actually looking at the priority standards within that term to make sure kids are getting what they need by the end. And then our last track for our ACEs plan is going to be our attendance recovery. So we do have some students who have not met the 90% attendance requirement. And so we'll be doing some things with them to get them back on track. We at Crockett, we do offer some high school courses. So we definitely have to get those kids back on track so that they can earn their high school credit. Some of the new learning at Crockett for across our campus, you know, I'm really proud that we're using our technology more efficiently. Our teachers are definitely using more digital platforms for collaboration. Schoology is being used as the district had intended it to be used. And so we're really proud of that. We, as every other campus, still have some things that we're working on. While PLCs are going good, we like for them to go a little bit deeper, but time is still a constraint from us. So one thing we do well, we do plan. We had a CST walk, and one thing that in that CST walk we saw is that our teachers were aligned. So they are, whether they're teaching the online environment or the face-to-face environment, they're definitely teaching the same thing. So there's evidence that there is PLC planning. But to go deeper, where time restricts us, is that teachers are focusing on individual data and not necessarily the whole team data. And we still kind of lack looking at student work to really go deeper into the why things are happening to truly, you know, personalize learning. Peer-to-peer feedback is also still missing with online. It's a lot easier in the face-to-face environment, but we are still learning and trying to figure out ways to really get our scholars to really collaborate and even give each other feedback so that they can assist each other with goal setting. Lastly, I just want to talk about things that we're doing better. This year, so many lessons learned, and one of the most important things that I realized is that communication was key to pretty much everything. So from the building level, there's communication every week. The staff, we communicate every week. My parents, the night before the first day of instruction, which is typically Sunday, they get a call out and a newsletter. Students, we created a group for students, and also we do digital announcements. So this year it's better because I really feel like students are closer to administrators, certainly closer to the building principal. I have so many scholars that will directly email me and share with me concerns, and I'm able to kind of assist them and walk through things. So we're really proud of just the level of communication. One of the things that I noted, from my parents with me doing the call outs and being very, very open for feedback is that we have increased in our number of students that are reporting back face-to-face. So in term 2, we were at 33%. In term 3, this term, we're at 44%, but we're going to be at 49% in term 4, which, that means that our parents, it's an upward trend, which our parents are finding more and more confidence with the campus in COVID management. So we're really proud of some of those things that we are doing. I think overall for Crockett, obviously we still have work to do as every other campus, but one thing we live by, and I'll close with that, we really live by our Maverick Creed, and our Maverick Creed pretty much embodies the district mission and vision, and it teaches each of us, despite everything, that we always have an opportunity to be better than we were the day before.
Thank you very much, Ms. Curtis. So we have heard from our 2 secondary principals. Now I'm going to pass it on to Frammy Diaz, principal at Ridgemont Elementary.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Esteemed trustees, Dr. Dupree, district colleagues, and for Ben ISD community, good evening. My name is Rami Diaz, principal of Ridgemont Elementary. I have been with the district since the summer of 2019 after serving as principal in Austin ISD for a period of 3 years. My experience as elementary principal here in the district has been remarkable. The support I've received from district level administration and departments during my tenure has been absolutely amazing. Of course, I was blessed to come lead a very dedicated, knowledgeable, and resilient group of teachers and staff. They are the ones that make things happen for us every day. Also, the Richmond community at large has been incredibly supportive during my tenure. During our in-service training with staff in August of 2019, we as a staff took the time to discuss our vision moving forward and came to agreement that academic achievement for our students had to be our #1 priority. Our first focus was to strengthen Tier 1 instruction delivery, or first teach of concepts, and reduce the variability in instructional delivery and practices across campus grade levels while working quickly to close learning gaps of students performing below grade level. With that in mind, early that year, we instituted a fall academic acceleration camp of 10 weeks to address the needs of students in the areas of reading and math. This camp took place after school hours, 2 days a week. During the day, our teachers focused mainly on the intentional use of formative assessments and the optimization of small group instruction and learning stations. Data collected at multiple points that year indicated that we were trending in the right direction. By January of last year, comparative data analysis showed that our students were already performing near or at the same level they performed in the 2019 STAR assessments after the second administration. We had begun our spring tutorials and camps, so we were confident that by April of 2020, our students would be ready to improve the previous year's results. Then out of nowhere, COVID came into the picture, and we had to quickly shift to online instruction after the March school closures. Although this period was one that required very swift adjustments and learning for all staff, we were able to transfer some of the best practices we were already implementing at the campus to the new online learning setting. Still, we knew that nothing could replace having the students in the classrooms with us. The resiliency of our teachers and staff during this whole period has been astonishing. Teachers have changed assignments and learning models multiple times and continue to do the very best they can to give the students the best educational experience possible. Support staff have done everything that is asked of them so we can continue delivering our dual instructional models to high levels. After seeing everything that we've been able to do, I'm more than convinced that there's nothing we can do together. Despite our new reality in education, we at Richmond continue to do the very best we can to keep student achievement at the forefront. We continue implementing best practices both online and face-to-face. And in addition, we continue providing students with opportunity to accelerate their learning outside of school hours. We are currently providing after-school tutorials to both face-to-face and online students, and have a solid plan ready for our ACES week in March, where we'll be focusing on reading interventions, as it is what our most recent data is indicating should be our focus. We're planning to serve about 150 students, 100 students face-to-face and 50 students online. And basically our staff is just fully committed right now to help our students achieve futures beyond what they can imagine. And they're working extremely hard to make sure that we can catch up and we can get students to where they were prior to the school closures back in March. I thank you for the opportunity to talking today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diaz. If we could have the PowerPoint back on, that'd be great.
Thank you, Joe. So in closing, first of all, I want to thank all of the principals for being with us this evening. You all did an outstanding job, and thank you for sharing a sampling of what we know is happening all across our school district. So I want to bring us back to our 4 building blocks that we opened with. You know, the importance with connecting with parents in the community. I think that we saw we heard through the voice of our principals that every campus is making every effort to engage parents and understand communication with parents is key for student success. I think you also heard a number of examples of how we're using formative assessment in very strategic ways so that we can monitor and gather evidence of how our students are progressing. I think you also heard a lot of information associated with not only supporting our students with wraparound services, but also supporting our staff, and the fact that our staff is very resilient and they continue to bring their best each and every day and give their best to our students each and every day. And so as we think about going forward, we and planning for the future, we've learned a lot through the pandemic. And as we think about our next steps, we're thinking about those in terms of 2 separate buckets. You know, what are the things that we'll employ that directly impact the instructional program and academic pieces? And then what are the other social emotional supports and things that we need to be mindful of as we go forward? So with academics, a number of things that we've done and are planning for as we look forward are master scheduling adjustments. A year ago, or maybe it was a year and a half ago, time flies, we were talking in the boardroom about the adjustments that we were going to be making to the master schedule to ensure that we had consistent and ongoing PLC planning for teachers, both at the secondary level and at the elementary level. We had to pause on some of those master schedule adjustments due to the pandemic, but we're formulating our plans to begin to launch those pieces again going forward. We're also looking at extended year programming, such as summer bridge opportunities and summer school. You've heard a lot about our comprehensive credit recovery efforts that will continue to be ongoing. And then periods where we bring our online students into face-to-face interventions, as you heard also from some of our some of our principals. Some of these practices are proving to be important, and we'll continue to take them forward as we plan ahead for the 21-22 school year. In terms of social emotional supports, we are going to continue to support our students with restorative practices, really addressing whole child health, if you will, and then trauma-informed interventions. We're working with campuses and teachers to develop classroom cultures of belonging and inclusiveness, professional learning for our staff to equip them with the tools to address the social emotional needs of our students as we go forward, and then continuing to expand our outreach efforts through our collaborative communities division. So we've got a lot of plans that we're launching. If you move to the next slide, Gary, I want to give you a sampling of how we've organized our work so that we are successful in our planning efforts. So on the screen, you'll see 5 work streams that we've launched that is allowing us to plan in a very organized, structured, and strategic way. Our first work stream, the grading period transitions from term 3 to term 4, is being led by our Chief Academic Officer, Beth Martinez. And really the outcome that we seek is maintain business continuity and to ensure that we can transition into the last term seamlessly with no significant disruptions. In addition to that, included in that work stream is all of our summer school efforts and the summer bridge planning that I mentioned just a minute ago. When we think about instructional implementation, Gwen Touche, our Chief Human Resources Officer and Organizational Transformation Leader, will be leading that work stream. And really the outcome that we seek there is to identify some of the best practices, the areas of support that are still needed, and what does that tell us in terms of the professional learning that we need to plan for 21-22. When we look at the third work stream, which is closing out this current school year, Dr. Anthony Indelicato is leading that effort, and our outcome again is to ensure that we complete this school year successfully and we have all of the things in place to honor our students through graduation and all of our closing events that we typically have when we close our school year. The fourth stream, which is probably where the most difficult and complicated work will be, is the stand-up of the 21-22 school year. That's being led by our Chief of Schools, Dr. Joe Rodriguez. And again, the outcome for that work stream is to develop and implement plans that will help us to launch the 21-22 school year successfully. And then the last work stream is our incident command work stream that's led by Chief David Ryder. And that is the ongoing efforts that we'll have to ensure that our campuses and our response to COVID in terms of our health and safety measures continues to be successful. We also, led by Stephanie Williams, will be looking at department priorities and the work that's needed to be planned by our departments to support all of our campus efforts. And then Brian Gwynn, our Chief Financial Officer, will be leading the system support work so that we can align our budget with our planned efforts and our strategic plan going forward. So I hope that you've gained a deeper and better understanding of the efforts that we're making as an organization to deliver on the promise of a high quality education for all of our students. And at this time, the staff will take questions from the board.
All right, so thank you all for the presentation. Thank you for the principals who were here as well to give us that insight into into what you all are doing at your schools. I think that definitely helps the board to understand kind of what are some of those interventions that we're doing at our schools. I mean, that was very, very helpful. There are a lot of questions I know the board members do have. So what I would like to do tonight is to kind of go over high level, kind of some burning questions that maybe the board members have. And I'm going to propose this to the board because I know due to the storm event, a lot of the questions that you all pose have not been able to get answered as of yet. And so I just kind of want to get you all's feeling around. I'm open to having another meeting to also go into, really detail with this information. And maybe we can get some of those questions that you all have answered. But I do want to give you all opportunity tonight to ask the questions that that you do have that are pretty burning, that based on some of the things that you heard tonight, especially from the principals and from the presentations that were provided. And so what I'll do is I'll open the floor up. I'm going to ask that due to just the length and just not knowing what kind of questions you all may ask, is that you all limit your questions to 2 questions per round. So that way we can get everybody an opportunity to ask questions for those who would like to ask questions for tonight. But I do wanted to also offer up an opportunity for us to go through this information in detail. I do know we have a lot of questions on all the data. There's a lot of questions, to be had. I wrote several questions down just from the conversations that we had, and really want to be able to look at the information and how we move forward from a visionist perspective. Ms. James and I talked earlier today. We're both on the Vision and Planning Committee, and so we had a brief conversation about, this is a good status update, but we really need to have a discussion on how we move forward and what to expect on data moving forward, as well as how we actually move this district forward, because we're still going to be in this COVID-19 world for quite some time. We've had a lot of events. Between COVID and now it's the winter event, we've had a great big blow to our organization, to our students, and we want to make sure that we take the time appropriately to understand and to plan how we, get out from this, from this. It seems like this rut that that we're in. So I'll open up the questions to first with Dr. Gilliam.
Yes, and I really don't have any questions. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. I'm going to go directly to the principals as far as what was presented, because there were a lot of questions that I had, and I can definitely wait for those, but they were answered. And I just want to kind of highlight, first of all, thank you to all 3. And again, you all know I like to take notes when I'm doing this. Sarah, thank you for the grade repair. You're looking at different things and you're making some things happen on the campus. So you said a lot, but at the same time, a lot of what I was looking at, and I'm going to read this because I think we didn't do justice to it. There was a statement on page 4 of the memo that we had: student engagement, although important, is nebulous in the best of circumstances, and currently we do not have a way to quantify student engagement, whether online or face-to-face. Well, I disagree, because I think it's Dr. Curtis, you definitely know how to engage kids. So engagement is happening. So I think what we need to do is go back to that statement. And the one thing with T-tests and what we're supposed to be doing in classes for sure is that we know how to quantify it. So I'd love to see that kind of stricken from the record, and to make more of an effort of really evaluating what we're doing. So what I heard is Dr. Curtis say is that she knows her data. She talked about data. We realize that 6th graders are doing this. We know, quote, and we know when our students are learning. Yes, that's what we need to know. And then from there, we can start making those adjustments. And so I just encourage, I heard the same thing from, I didn't write his name down. From Ridgemont principal also, Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Diaz. Okay, so again, I heard small groups talking about what we're talking about at Crockett. I heard Remedy, online kids, what we're doing with reworking the advisory classes. So Again, it's looking at data and it's real-time data. And the last time that I spoke, it was, what are we looking at now so that we can improve it now? And I did hear that. Now, I think it's important for, of course, all campuses to do that. What also I heard from is it Dr. Curtis? Is that correct? I'm not sure. Dr. Tanya? I just want to make sure I'm saying correctly. Okay, Ms. Tanya. Okay, so the other thing that I heard is transparency. It was, it may not be this, here's where we are, here's what's going on. And I think that's what we have to be there. What I'd like to not hear so much is, I hear, we hope to see this, we hope to do this. It happened at the last meeting. And if we can hope and we can pray and we can do all of those things, but the way that we make a difference and we start changing things is planning it and assessing and finding out what we need to do. And I did hear that from all three principals tonight. I guess I do have one question. Summer Bridge, and how does that look? Because I definitely don't want to take a lot of time. I hear a Summer Bridge. And then I also, what I read earlier today is, or what I heard in the presentation is that, we're looking, everyone's tired, parents are tired, and we're talking about vacations. And at the same time, I think that there will definitely be some parents that will forego a vacation if I can take my child and make sure my child catches up during the summertime. So, it's here or there, but I know that with the two children that I have, I would have loved to, if I needed to have them do something during the summertime, I will forego a vacation. So what does Summer Bridge look like? I think Ms. Saavedra, yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. I would say that we're in the process of formulating what Summer Bridge is going to look like this summer. As I mentioned, it's part of once we transition from T3 to T4, the next piece of that work stream is to line out exactly what Summer Bridge is going to look like. We're going to be planning summer school, Summer Bridge, and those particular opportunities. In our normal course of communication with parents, we typically late in the month of March post, what our dates are going to be and what our summer's going to look like, so that we can begin communicating with parents. What we do know is that we will have face-to-face options for students to come in, but we're also going to have to most likely include online options for any students that we know could benefit from a Summer Bridge, but whose parents are still not confident enough to allow their students to come in face-to-face in the school building. But the particulars of that plan are not, I don't have the specificity for you tonight, because that's an ongoing planning effort as soon as we transition into the T4, I guess I would say.
Yeah,
I understand.
Interject.
Okay.
I'd interject a couple of things. So first, and related to that, so what Deanna said is correct. We'll be back actually in March and April timeframe. We'll be able to give a lot more definitive detail about the Summer Bridge and the summer program. The team is working on that very carefully right now. So we will definitely have details in such a time frame that will allow the parents to know what the experience will be so that they can sign up for that.
Right.
Dr. Gilliam, I did want to address a couple of other things you said, though, because you hit on a point that comes up at almost every board meeting now. And that is, we know the principals can tell you, and last meeting and this meeting, they have done a remarkable job of articulating what's going on. The issue we're facing, in which the statements you've read from the memo, is more focused on, we are struggling at the district level to aggregate all of that in a way that's appropriate to deliver to the community and board as a governance level. So there's so many good things going on, which is why we have brought the principals to the meetings the last 2 months, because we do not ever want to undersell or make it seem like things are not going on. But our systems of being able to report up to the board in a meaningful way have been disrupted. That's the essence of the statement you read, even about student engagement. Absolutely, teachers, principals know, but to be able to compile that into a meaningful report is very challenging. Same with the academic data. That's where we're struggling now. So I appreciate your pointing that out, because that's where we're consistently trying to get to, is how can we better aggregate that information and share it out in the boardroom.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Actually, that was going to be my follow-up question to what Dr. Gilliam stated, was, why we actually made that statement. So thank you for providing that, Dr. Dupree. Next up is going to be Ms. Hannon.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Gilliam, for actually asking that question about student engagement, because I had a similar question, and I'm glad that Dr. Dupree followed up, because there was just another line in the same report that says the district has struggled to quantify engagement and or lack thereof. We do not currently have a system to track engagement other than report attendance and Schoology login information. And so when I read that, I guess I wasn't just thinking that, and maybe that was intended to be isolated to this year. And for the community that doesn't know this, the board members pose lots of questions, because we get this information on Friday or Thursday. And so we don't obviously ask all the questions that we would like answers to. And I'm fortunate, because we've always gotten answers. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to just target engagement. And I want to first say, thank you to Ms. LaBerge, Dr. Curtis, and Mr. Diaz, because I did hear how they are engaging students, and that's really important to me. And one of the things that Dr. Curtis talked about was those 14 students that are coming back face to face once we get past this winter disaster. One of the things she said was that we need to talk to the students because they need to own their learning. And so that was one of the first things she said after they said they were coming back. And I think maybe to add to that is that part of our vision needs to be, not only do students need to own their learning, do they control their learning? Do they have any control in that, in the learning atmosphere? But I mean, I'm hearing really good strategies, and I would implore you to invite more staff members that are out on the campus, because that does help. That helps us identify when you say there are strategies going on. They put a name to what it is that really is going on. I appreciate Ms. LaBerge talking about how they're really looking at student learning rather than grades for compliance. That goes back to Dr. Saavedra saying we're trying to teach the whole child and the social emotional piece. So I appreciated that. When I listened to Dr. Curtis, because she had so many things, reworking advisory, recognizing that improvement in technology is happening, but also recognizing that peer-to-peer feedback is really missing for those online students. So a couple of my questions, they don't really have the packet, but I know Addie said that we may, not the packet, but the memorandum with all of the data, that we may come back and look at that at another board meeting. So my questions are we looking at anything? I know Dr. Rodriguez is going to be in charge of that 21-22 cross-functional planning, but are we looking at any software or anything other than Teams that can help teachers facilitate online collaboration? Because I know it's hard, because even when I'm in committee meetings, it seems like there are two adults pushing us out into collaboration groups. And I know teachers are just sitting there and they don't have that. So that's one. Are we looking at any other technology components that help with that? And then the other question I have actually is, do we have a system in place? Maybe it's the campus support teams that actually do this, but where we have principals like Ms. LaBerge and Dr. Curtis and Mr. Diaz, where they're able to peer coach, where they actually have opportunities to help their peers out there, help raise up other campuses by sharing the kind of things they're doing.
Dr. Rodriguez, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so I can speak to that, Ms. Hannon, and that's a great question. Thank you for asking. So our principals engage in PLCs. So there are opportunities that occur where principals are able to share their best practices. And, here's the great thing about the principals in Fort Bend ISD. They don't wait for a meeting. We have scheduled meetings, but principals truly engage in these conversations every day throughout the week. The best practice for PLCs in an online environment, they have the solution. They have the solution. And that's really, we take pride in that because we typically do not have to leave the Fort Bend ISD boundary to find solutions to the problems we have. So in response to your question, yes, we do have principals that engage. Members of the Department of School Leadership lead the PLCs. But we also have selected principals that lead the conversations, and they help with the scheduling. They help with coordinating the topics and what the focus is going to be. And obviously the focus changes, and it's been changing every year. For every term that we've had, it's almost like starting a brand new school year. So there's been a variety of topics and a variety of challenges, but yes, principals do engage in those conversations in their PLCs.
And then how about the technology piece? Just looking at something for next year, because hopefully we won't be in the boat we're in, but live and learn. Is there some kind of software that you might be looking at, or something other than Teams that help teachers with that collaboration and the peer-to-peer feedback and all of these student engagement strategies?
So for the 21-22 startup, that topic has not been something that has been discussed, but I have made note of that. We will be discussing that later on this week. I don't know if Mr. Pham, if he's had any conversations, but as far as the work stream that I'm leading for 21-22, we have not discussed that.
No, we have not started to look into exactly the challenges that our teachers have. And so we have not started looking at other software that could help with the collaboration. But we will take note and see if there is another application that will do what you're suggesting.
That's great. And I think including kids in that conversation would also be helpful.
And thank you for saying that, Ms. Hannon, because I do feel like it's going to be important for us to hear from students. But in addition to that, as we're planning for 21-22, we also know that currently the way that we're engaging in multiple modalities in terms of our learning models is not how we anticipate operating in 21-22. So as we think about exploring what the virtual platform will look like, we will be probably exploring how to better do that. But I think that we're going to approach it in a very different way rather than what we're looking at right now in terms of all of these modalities on every campus. So we're exploring and looking at what that online virtual school might look like rather than the way that we're currently operating right now, which will allow us to hone in on what specific software and practices we need to employ there to really maximize student learning online.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers. And thanks again to the principals that joined.
I wanted to add a little bit to what Ms. Hannon asked about the peer collaboration and the peer coaching, and just share with you that is something that has been one of the most amazing pieces of working with principals and teachers in Fort Bend. Whenever something is happening that really helps to elevate the instruction and student learning, principals are very quick to share that during the PLCs and invite others into their campus to observe those practices so that they can then replicate those practices at their campuses. And it's not unusual to have several campuses in a partnership where their teachers are visiting each other's classrooms, whether it's in person or virtually, so that that peer coaching can take place. So I just wanted you to know that that is something that is part of our practice. It is something that we nurture and encourage, and every single year we know of at least probably 80% of our schools that are engaging in that practice.
The last thing I would add, Ms. Hannon, is that prior to the pandemic, and Dr. Rodriguez mentioned the Leading Improvement Communities framework, the setting expectations, inspection, and then feedback. And so we, prior to the pandemic last year, we had coordinated Leading Improvement Community principal PLCs, if you will, where principals were based on their progression of practice. Let's say formative assessment was something that they were focused on as a campus. Then they were organized in a group of principals that were all working on progressing along the continuum with formative assessment practices. And they were learning together, exploring together, and then coaching each other as they were learning, through the process. And we had Leading Improvement Communities teams of principals for each one of our progressions of practice, our student ownership progression, our formative assessment progression, our blended learning progression, and there's one more that I'm not, our PLC, progression. And those were to just really coach each other and learn together on how to improve and move along the continuum of that progression so that they could get to the empowered stage over time. And so we've paused that because of the pandemic, but that's something that we'll continue to launch as we move forward for 21-22.
And an addendum to that, gentle reminder, I heard 80% of our principals are doing that. That's great. Please, let's not forget about those 20% that need that help, or it could be 10% or even 5%, because everyone is important, and we need to make sure that everyone is included, because some of us are shy.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. James?
Thank you, Ms. Holliger, and thanks to staff for a great presentation. And I really want to also just reiterate my colleagues who've said thank you to the principals who came tonight and shared their stories and all the things that they've been doing. It really helps to add some flavor. When we get a really long memo and it's got lots of pages and pages of words, and some of it is a little bit discouraging when you read it. It was really nice to hear the anecdotes and to hear from the principals about their successes. And so thank you to all three of you for being here tonight and taking time and participating in our meeting. It's very, very helpful. I'm too am one of those people who sent in a lot of questions. I do that because I care and I want to learn. And because the board needs to know what's going on in the organization in order for us to provide good oversight and to provide good visioning. As Ms. Helliger was saying, being part of the Vision and Planning Committee, we're trying to cast a vision and help the administration to head in the right direction and work efficiently. And when we can have good conversations about this, particularly about student achievement and what's happening in our schools, we can better cast the vision to help our students be successful and help our organization be successful. So that's why I send a lot of questions, and I hope that at some point we can have some follow-up with regard to that. I really liked, Ms. Hannon made a suggestion about having a conversation like this on a monthly basis. Ms. Helliger made the suggestion about doing a deep dive, and I like both of those suggestions. I don't think we can talk about student achievement enough. It's the heart of what we do. We have to have it in the forefront, and we have to have it in the forefront of the community. And so that's just my comment on that. With all of that said, I just want to also recognize that we just had a crazy week of a winter storm. It's overwhelming. As I was trying to get ready for this board meeting tonight over the weekend, I was emotionally exhausted. Then I faced it this morning and I'm like, okay, here we go. How do we, what are the priorities of what we talk about and how we spend our time? And I imagine that the entire staff is feeling that way. And I imagine the executive staff, and you guys are all here tonight, and several principals, but really all 12,000 of our heroes, as Ms. Saavedra quoted Christopher Reeves. And I think that that's really true. And I heard tonight from the principals, the resiliency and the creativity and the risk taking that we're all taking in our environment. And I just really appreciate that. I just really appreciate it. And I want our environment to be a safe space. As we talk about in goal 5, the safe place for us to learn and grow and to take risks and to get better together. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, because I think our organization is at the limit of what it can handle. At least I feel that, and I think a number of individuals in the organization are in that place too. And I want to acknowledge that and show care and compassion and understanding of that. On the flip side of that, I'm getting emails from parents asking, can the kids be in school sooner? Why are we out some more days? You know, this is happening, that's happening. My online child isn't getting it. My child's getting it, my other one isn't. And they are struggling in the environment. And so our response, because we care for the community, is to say, yes, we're going to care for every one of these needs. We're going to meet every single one of these needs. But it becomes overwhelming. It's overwhelming, and it's a balance. And I guess that's what I'm grasping, is that parents need their kids to go to school so that they can go to work. And then the kids need to be in school to learn, but they also need to be there for meals and for normalcy and for socialization and all of those things. And you guys touched on all of that tonight. And I want all those things to be there for the kids, but I also recognize there's only so much that individuals can do, and there's only so much that individuals can do. And I guess, and so I feel, especially after this week of the ice storm, we're bumping up against that organizational capacity. So I just want to acknowledge that. We've got to take care of ourselves so we can take care of others. It's the put your oxygen mask on in the airplane before you help those around you that need one. And I'm not saying that we discourage all the things that our principals were sharing with us tonight about reaching out to individual students and inviting them to a face-to-face environment and in providing them the interventions, because we still need to do our jobs as an organization. But I also want to recognize this is an impossible situation. We're living through a pandemic. Our students are living through a pandemic, and every day is, for some kids, a struggle. And last week really emphasized that for me. So I just wanted to share that. As I said, I have a lot of questions. I'll ask a couple of them. I think I understood from the comments of Dr. Rodriguez and Ms. Saavedra that we are, and the principals as well, that we are giving our students access to our full curriculum. We're not just addressing prioritized standards or key learning, key standards. We are we're full on, kids are having exposure to or opportunity to learn the full curriculum. And if Ms. LaBerge said, and she says, you know, we're right where we need to be, we're right on target. And I saw the data of, you know, 80% rigor. Is that, or 80% of the classrooms are showing appropriate level of rigor? Is that accurate? Am I understanding it correctly, or have we modified the learning expectations in some way?
I'm going to respond and then hand it over to Sarah to add any additional comments, because I know that she wants to share. But I would say that we've not, you know, our commitment and what I started with is, you know, we're committed to our learning framework and to the curriculum. And so we continue to operate in that way. So we've not moved things out of the curriculum. What we've done is we've done a gap analysis so that we can determine what are the things that we need to continue to spiral that are absolutely critical and important for the kids to know and be able to do before they leave, you know, a particular grade level. So our curriculum has always been built with priority standards in mind, and we've built learning progressions associated with those priority standards. But that doesn't mean that we don't teach everything in the TEKS. It's just that when we have to choose major things to assess and collect evidence on student learning, our priority standards rise to the top, because we don't assess everything that we deliver in terms of instruction for students. So that's kind of what we mean when you hear the words priority standards, but we've not you know, cut anything out of the curriculum at this point. So. Go ahead,
No,
Sarah.
we haven't cut anything out. And what I would say is that through the professional learning communities this year and the intense amount of work and collaboration that the teachers have been doing, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of evidence of alignment to not only the curriculum, but the instructional model. And the instructional model varies depending on the subject area. So for example, ELA would have a mini lesson. They would have work time built in where the teacher could communicate and conference with the individual students. There's some peer and self-assessment feedback time built in, and then there's closure built in. And so when we're walking through these classrooms, we're able to see elements of that instructional model. So I feel like the amount of effort and focus that teachers have in their planning process is a benefit to the way the instruction is being delivered.
Okay, thank you for that, and that's really great to hear. One of my longstanding comments and themes, I guess I'll say, is to be sure that we're giving students access to the curriculum and giving every student access, because and that includes special ed students, that includes everybody, because that's where we've learned that if we don't expose kids to things, then they have no hope of learning it or even knowing what we're talking about. It reduces our learning quite a bit. So I just wanted to be sure that we were full on with the TEKS and that we were full on with the curriculum. So thanks for that. Another thing that I noticed tonight, and I think I understood this correctly, is that we've done a great job with attendance. It seems as if between the face-to-face and the or the synchronous and the asynchronous and all the different ways we can take attendance, our attendance numbers look really good. So that indicates to me that kids want to be there, and parents want them there, and we've made the adjustments to provide that opportunity. And I think what I was hearing is that where the struggles come is maybe in not having the right systems, which it seems like sharing some ideas is what's happening to make it maybe improve those, and refinement as we go from term to term. And maybe that's sharing or going to help us with our instructional effort. So my question is, are we doing, because again, I saw this in the in some of the feedback loops, I guess, of the walkthroughs, of the campus walkthroughs, the campus support team walkthroughs. Are we doing, or what are we doing that is tangible support to teachers? Are we recording lessons for them? Are we sharing lesson planning? Are there any things that we're doing that are easing their workload? I have a teacher in my family. I know Dr. Gilliam does as well, and a number of us do. And the teachers are struggling with their workload, and I'm wondering, what are some practical things that we're doing to help them? Are there some things as a system or things on campuses that we're doing?
I would agree that they are struggling with workload, and part of that struggle, as Dr. Saavedra said earlier, that next year when we look at virtual learning, we're going to look at it differently in that we won't have teachers who teach multiple modalities. So they're learning how to teach different ways within those modalities. And it's just a lot of juggling to be done. I think that the ability for them to collaborate really helps them. The ability for them to be able to share and copy assignments on Schoology with each other has been a tremendous benefit. They're also able to share resources that they can then copy onto each other's Schoology folders, which, has allowed us to provide more resources to students and parents than we ever have before. So that helps them. The other thing we really look at Travis is we look at the way that we're providing students with feedback, because feedback doesn't always have to come straight from the teacher. The feedback can come from their peers. And so utilizing different ways to self and peer assess and provide the feedback also alleviates some of that pressure when you're grading a large number of assignments for a large number of kids. And so that's something we've really focused on, particularly in some departments like English, when you have a number of kids and you have to grade 200 essays or something like that. So we're really working on that piece.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that, and I hope that there's some system-wide effort in that going on. And at some future, I've used up my 2 questions, but at some time I'd like to learn more about that. And I'd like to say one other thing, and that is that I want to pick up on, well, first of all, I'm hearing about great instruction. I'm hearing about caring for the kids, and that's the constant balance that we're trying to do. And as I said, I want to be able to provide good oversight, and I want to be able to help cast the vision for what the future looks like. And so that's why I'm here. Dr. Gilliam brought up something that I have talked about, I think, since the summer, and that has to do with signaling. She mentioned about, we hear the principals saying that they know where their kids are, they know what they're doing, they know how they're doing. And I have said since the summer that we should use our signaling schema, if you will, to capture that data, to capture those ideas, because it's not perfect. It's not necessarily data-based, but it's something, and it can help us to know where we are, and it can help us to early identify what we need to do and where we need to intervene as an organization, or where we need to share resources, where we need to put resources. And I'm saying that because we're looking tonight at term 2 data, and we're almost, we're 2 weeks away from ending term 3. And so we're looking in the rearview mirror, and we're talking about that. And we cannot, no principals are doing that. They're not doing that. They can't do that. They can't afford to do it. And so as an organization and as a board, I want us to be looking as far ahead as we can. And so thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Thank you, Ms. James. Okay, Dr. Dupree, did you want to respond?
Well, I wanted to interject something, if you don't mind, because Mrs. James brought up something about workload and for teachers and for principals. And this is something that's been on our mind that we've been working on. And last week really pushed us over the edge. So I wanted to get on the board's radar. We've been trying to determine how to take things off of the teachers' plates and the leaders' plates at the school level. And one of the things that they're consistently asking us to do is to waive the T-test teacher appraisal system this year, knowing that we have many other measures in place where we're in classrooms. And it's just a time-consuming process. And there's a lot of anxiety around completing that process right now. So I thought, given tonight's conversation, it might be a good time to interject that conversation to get the board's thoughts about that idea and the possibility of maybe, because we'll have to get the board to approve a waiver application to send to TEA. And TEA does have systems set up. A lot of districts are doing that this year because of the unique nature of the year. But I wanted to kind of put that out there to get a read from the board on that idea tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dupree, for sharing that. I think to Mrs. James' comments, we definitely understand the weight that our teachers and our administrators are sharing right now with all the different types of events that we're dealing with, whether it be COVID, whether it be the winter event. I mean, we've never been here before. I mean, we've been here for a while and we're still learning from this particular state of affairs that we're in. And as we look at the vision, when we're looking forward, if we move forward with, not having this assessment, we need to make sure that we have the right signals in place for the next stage of this, of our next year, that where we can do those teacher evaluations and whatnot. So what I would like to do is just kind of open it up and hear from my colleagues to see what their thoughts around that is. All right, Ms. James.
Thank you, Ms. Holliger. So I don't have any particular problem with passing or not doing the T-test process. I guess I would have two questions. One would be, if we have teachers who are in their provisional year or probationary time or early on in their career, or perhaps have been struggling, what would we do about those teachers? And then what about, isn't there a parallel process for principals? Would we be doing that process, or would we skip the whole thing altogether? What would give you your thoughts?
Deanna, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, so I'll answer the second question first, because that's the easier one, or the one that I can get directly to the point. TPES is not something that we can waive. The district is not allowing us to waive the TPES process, which is the appraisal for principals. There's one piece of the TPES process that could be waived, which is associated with the student growth measure. But the rest of the instrument and the rest of the appraisal process for principals would need to go forward as planned. In terms of what we would do to support new teachers, we have a robust induction and mentoring process, and our new teachers that are on probationary contracts receive ongoing support directly from their principals and built-in mentors on their campuses. And so that would be, something that would remain steadfast, and there's, monitoring practices and observations, in terms of shorter observations, not full 45-minute observations, where those teachers receive a lot of feedback. And then in terms of teachers who might be struggling, I would say your principals, and there's 3 principals tonight that we could ask directly, but they know their teachers already that are struggling. They don't need the T-test process to provide a struggling teacher feedback and specific support to help them improve their practice, or to make decisions about whether that teacher best for Fort Bend ISD. And so those are the responses that I would provide, because those are ongoing monitoring things that principals have in place, aside from what they do formally with the T-test process. Sarah, I see that you turned your camera on, so you may want to share something. And I would invite Tanya and Frami as well, if you all have any comments.
I can say that I spend more time coaching teachers outside of the T-test process than I do in the T-test process, because we're in classrooms all the time, virtually and face-to-face, and we're providing feedback constantly. It's a continuous improvement. We're also in their PLCs each week, and so we're listening to their planning, we're listening to their collaboration, we're joining in those conversations. So the coaching process with our teachers is quite continuous. T-test is just an added way to do that, but it's definitely not the main way that we do that.
And I'll just add, one of the things with the T-test, I'm definitely a big person about coaching. T-test, you have this wait time, because you actually have to go back and look at your notes, your script, and look at the instrument and make sure you are addressing everything on the instrument. But as Sarah's saying, we won't stop going into the classrooms. We won't stop visiting the PLCs and asking those critical questions that push the thinking. And so what you find is that when you don't have the constraint of a T-test, you're giving the feedback almost 24 to 48 hours later. And then you're able to go back in, and you really have a better coaching relationship than if you are, oh, I have to get this 15-minute done. Okay, then I have to get this 45. I have to have the pre-conference, get the 45, do the post-conference. So while you are giving solid feedback, sometimes that delay is not as, as powerful as it is when you just really have the conversations and the dialogue as to, what is it you think you did well? What do you think you could work on? Because you can have those almost immediately, as opposed to the written documentation that comes with T-tests.
So may I ask a question, Ms. Helliger?
Actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Rosenthal had requested first, so then I'll come back to you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Rosenthal?
So seeing that, I think there's seems like there's plenty of coaching going on for our newer teachers and even veteran teachers. It sounds like they are getting feedback. I'd be perfectly okay with waiving the T-test for the year. I think there's enough stress in our buildings, in our classrooms already. So, and I assume that most teachers would probably be more than happy to see that not happen this year. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Ms. Hannon?
And I support the waiver as well, but I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Are there, I'm assuming there are several teachers that have already had their observation and at least that observation appraisal portion of their T-test completed. And so my question is just, how do you handle that with staff? And then the other one is, if I understand it correctly, the T-test isn't just about the appraisal, the observation piece. There are other components to the T-test, and you're waiving all of it, not just the observation, the formal observation and appraisal. Is that correct?
Right. I'm going to ask Stephanie Williams to provide some additional clarity associated with that, Ms. Hannon.
Good evening, Ms. Hannon. Thank you for that question. Whenever we fill out the state waiver, they allow us to determine the components that we will waive. And I believe what Dr. Dupree just said is that we would waive the 45-minute formal walkthrough, the 15-minute, but not the summative. So the summative conference, last year when we also applied for the T-test waiver, principals still engaged teachers in the summative conference to provide feedback that they had seen and also to think about goals for the upcoming year. So if a walkthrough has already been done, it would be part of that summative conversation. It just means that a teacher would not receive an official rating for the year.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Shirley, did you have any thoughts?
I'm fine with allowing it to not happen. I think what happens, because you have some teachers that are virtual and then you have those who are face-to-face, and those are two different types of observations. And I don't believe that we have, I would say as administrators, that everyone is doing, that it's, everyone is doing the same type of thing. So I am fine with that. I think that, again, I will share, you know, sometimes all the time we hear from the best and the brightest. So we have to remember that not everyone coaches everyone. So we just need to make sure that we have people that are still assisting teachers. Not every teacher in this district is getting coached. You know, let's just be transparent. So how do we make sure that that happens? So however we do that through leadership and not pointing anybody out or not sharing, just making sure that teachers are still getting those walkthroughs. Because even with T-tests, you can still go in and have those great conversations. So that doesn't stop a great conversation. And just that we are still observing, and I agree, it is a weight that is lifted off teachers, and that they don't have to worry about that, especially during this time. So I am in support of that.
All right, thank you all. So I definitely agree as well. So thank you for that interjection, Dr. Dupree. I wanted to go back to the overall performance assessment. I do have a couple of questions, my couple of questions. One is, and we just talked about how we have a lot of teachers are overworked. We've got some opportunity when it comes to some of our interventions that we need. Do we have any plans on hiring any other specialists to support the staff, especially during in this stage? Do we have any plans to do that, like math specialists and extra reading specialists?
Ms. Helliger, I think those are the kind of answers that will be developed during the coming weeks during Joe's work on standing up next school year. We are going to be very careful to look at all aspects of the hands on deck, how the schedules are built, and all those kinds of things.
Okay. And then one other thing, we talked about elementary school, but I wanted to just put a little bit focus on our seniors, especially since this started in the 2019-2020 year, we're 2020-21. And so, someone asked me, they said, Addie, are we just passing our kids? And I said, no, absolutely not. We're not passing our kids, just passing our kids for the sake of it, because, these are our students that are going to be leaving us. We don't get to do the summer camp with them. These are our graduating seniors that I'm, really concerned about. So maybe it's one of our high school principals can talk about that a bit.
Mm-hmm. Sarah?
We're definitely not just passing those seniors. In fact, the seniors are maybe have gone through some struggles personally themselves, because, I would say that the grade level that is most likely to be learning virtually right now for me is seniors. And so the engagement piece on that, it's not that they don't want to learn and that they're not trying to learn, but what they're having to learn is self-starting skills and planning skills and, calendaring themselves, because they're juggling so much. These are all skills, of course, that will help them after high school, but it's been a challenge for them. And so our senior teachers are working so hard to communicate with these students and their parents regularly. Our counselors are regularly conferencing with their seniors to help get them across the finish line. We've provided a variety of opportunities for them in terms of, we do a mini-mester over the winter break with Edgenuity. We do another mini-mester over spring break and the week after, in order to give them opportunities for grade repair or excuse me, credit recovery. During the ACES week, we're going to have opportunities for them to do any STAR retest tutorials because they still need to pass their STAR tests. We know exactly who those kids are. And so we've been working with them all year long and trying to provide some different opportunities for them. It's something that, you know, every year you spend a lot of time on your seniors, but this year in particular, since so many of them are at home, we've had to go above and beyond to connect with them regularly, check in on them, and help them progress track more frequently.
Thank you for sharing that, Sarah. I know that I'd like Dr. Rodriguez to share some things that the Department of School Leadership is doing in support of high school principals that is specifically directed to seniors.
Yes, so the Department of School Leadership, we're monitoring specifically seniors, the progress and the cohort of students. As Ms. LaBerge mentioned, that class has been a concern. I mean, let's just be honest. They were juniors last year, and it was a shock to the system, and it was definitely a shock to them as a junior class. And transitioning, they have been unable to take the breath needed to be on track like every other senior class prior to them. So we are monitoring, we are working with the campus principals. I know the principals are working with counselors to ensure that we give seniors every opportunity to graduate, because when it's all said and done, that is our focus. Is we want our seniors to graduate. We want them to be successful, and we want to make the best of their time here in Fort Bend ISD. I do see Dr. Lemley. He's joined us. So, Dr. Lemley, is there anything else you would like to add?
Yeah, I just want to say that this year is no different. Seniors are always a concern at this time of year for every high school principal on the planet. And so all of the things that we would normally do with seniors, that is ratcheted up even that much further because we're not seeing them every day. And if you ask any of our high school principals across the district, they'll tell you the same thing, that they're worried about their, these are their seniors. These are the end product. This is what you come to school every day for. You've seen these kids for 4 years. You're going to send them out into the world prepared. And if they're struggling, which some of them are, which some of them do every year, those of you who have been around, you know that every year at this time you go, oh my gosh, I've got this set of seniors I've been watching for 4 years and I'm not sure what's going to happen. We pay special close attention to them. And I just want to say all of those strategies that we've been using in the past, we use again still. And it's just ratcheted up even that much more because there is this added unknown with COVID and with this latest freeze and all the other disasters that have happened in the past, 18 months.
All right, thank you. I'll take one last comment and then we're going to move on from this item. Dr. Gilliam, you had a comment?
Just about the teachers, and it was, what can we do to assist and help? And then I heard, hiring specialists, whatever. I think it's, why don't we ask the teachers? It's what is it that we're doing now that we could do better? We can go and get people don't necessarily make it better. And, we need to listen. What are some things that, in one school that if you could have one thing, teachers, what would that be? Other than, 5 days off, I don't know. But let's ask teachers what it is that they need, rather than start hiring people and putting people in place, because then it's a matter of who got help and who didn't. So that's my comment. Why don't we ask them?
Yeah, I think Dr. Dupree answered that when he stated that we need to take a deeper dive and do the assessment and to figure, to really figure out what the plan is. And part of that, I'm assuming that they're going to have some of those questions around to the teachers of what's needed to support them. Okay, all
Well,
right.
I'm going to say this too. So
Okay.
I'm going to put out to the teachers that are watching, please contact. I think sometimes it could be the person that is asking, we might be a little bit, if I'm a teacher, I don't know if I would tell the superintendent what I want. I don't know. I know that Dr. Dupree definitely has that relationship, but it's a matter of making it open to those that maybe, again, I always think of the 20% that really, really work hard and they're really trying, but they're not going to speak up. So anyway, my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, all right. Thanks so much. So, Dr. Dupree, did you have anything, comments on that?
No, ma'am, I'm not with this topic.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we've been going for the last 2 hours and 27 minutes, and what I would like to do with the approval of my board members is to change the agenda a little bit and go into closed session. Dr. Dupree, do you have any objections to that? And then we can come back and finish the last two after that, okay?
Good idea.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to convene a closed session under the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections 551071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551074, personnel matters. Sections 551076, security matters. Section 551082, student discipline matter or complaint, or Section 551081, personally identifiable information about public school district, about public school students. We are now in closed session. Give me 1 second. So much to do. Okay, are we all here? We ready to come back? Okay, we are now reconvened back in open session. At this time, I will ask for any of our.
You got muted, Addie. Something happened.
Our first item is a personnel matter. Well,
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve appointing Sherry Williams to the position of Director of External Communications and Media Relations.
And I second that.
all right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any questions? All right, so if you could please state your name and say yay or nay.
Ms. Helliger, is Mr. Rice, did he make it back into open session?
Yes, he's here.
I'm
Oh,
right
okay.
here.
I'm sorry, Jim. I'm sorry, Mr. Rice. I just couldn't find you there.
Okay, so Angie,
Andy, you might want to call on us to.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, thank you, Jim. I'll start with you, Jim. Go ahead.
I vote yes. Thank you. Jim
All right.
Rice, I vote yes.
All right, Dr. Gilliam,
I vote yes.
Mr. Rosenthal,
Yes.
Ms. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Hannon,
Yes.
Ms. James.
Yes.
All right, so that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations on the new position.
Madam President, did you record your vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Addie Halliger, yes. You know, I'm just trying to move it forward. I'm sorry, yes. All right, it still passes unanimously. Thank you. Thanks for catching that. Maybe I'll start with me this time. Okay, so the next one, we have a level 3 grievance for our first level 3 grievance, Ms. James.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Helliger. I move that the Board of Trustees assign the level 3 grievance appeal of Larry George to Myra Schexnader, who will serve as the board's designated hearing officer pursuant to board policy FNG local.
I second.
It's been properly moved and
You're on mute.
seconded. I'm going to call each one of the board members and ask that you either say yay or nay. I'm going to start with my top, Danetta Williams.
No. Nay.
Ms. Hannon,
Hannon, yes.
Ms. James,
Grail James, yes.
Mr. Rosenthal,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Jim Rice, yes.
Dr. Shirley Gilliam,
Yes.
Addie Halliger, yes. That motion passes 6-1. All right. We have a second level 3 grievance. Ms. James?
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees assign the level 3 grievance appeal of Ritu Singh to Myra Schexnader, who will serve as the board's designated hearing officer pursuant to board policy FNG local.
I second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any questions? All right. I want to start with my bottom first. If I call your name, please state your name and yay or nay. Dr. Shirley Gilliam.
Shirley Gilliam, yay.
Mr. Jim Rice.
Jim Rice, yay.
Mr. Dave Rosenthal.
Dave Rosenthal, yay.
Ms. Danetta Williams,
Danetta Williams, nay.
Ms. Angie Hannon,
Angie Hannon, yay.
Ms. Grail James,
Grail James, yay.
and Addie Helliger, yay. That motion passes 6-1. Right, thank you, Mrs. James. All right, at this time, we will hear our activity reports. Ms. James?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want to go back and do the rest of the information items, or are we going to do the activity reports first?
Oh, thank you for catching that, Mrs. James. Well, we're here at the activity report. We'll go ahead and do that, and then I'll come back. Thank you for catching
All
that.
right, let's do the activity report. Luckily, I have multiple screens. Okay, activity report for tonight. We've been attending the Fort Bend Chamber of Commerce updates from the State Board of Education, the Teacher of the Year committee meetings, the Touchdown Club of Houston's 41st Annual High School Awards Dinner, calendar committee meetings, evaluating and improving student outcomes virtual training event. Our very own Addie Helliger was a guest reader at the Fort Bend Children's Discovery Center. We attended a special meeting for the superintendent search. We attended the Texas Education Code virtual training event, Teacher of the Year online application screening, Fort Bend Chamber of Commerce Chairman's Gala. We attended a team building event, governance camp follow-up meeting, the Gulf Coast Area Association of School Boards meeting, our board workshop a couple of weeks ago, elementary and secondary Teacher of the Year classroom observations, Student Leadership 101 Session 5, Compassionate Citizens, the 22nd Annual Touchdown Club of Houston Athletics Luncheon, Fort Bend ISD Incubator Path of the Microsoft Showcase School Program, the Gifted Education Family Network Legislative Advocacy Committee meeting, the Gifted and Talented Task Force Acceleration Subcommittee meeting, Policy Committee meetings, the SHAC Legislative Committee meeting, the Pandemic Stakeholder Advisory Committee meetings, and Gulf Coast Destination Imagination Executive Board meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mrs. James. We have a special report today from Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Madam President. In my capacity as president of the Texas Association School Boards, we had a teleconference on February 3rd with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick and the executive committee. So I've provided a written report for everyone to read, but I want to do the highlights in response to a direct question as to whether or not the legislature would fully fund House Bill 3. Lieutenant Governor Patrick said, yes, they would receive full funding this session. With regards to receiving a waiver or hold harmless for the enrollment or attendance for the spring semester, Governor Patrick indicated we would likely receive funding for elementary and middle schools, maybe not for the high school students. And then lastly, he indicated he's working on a plan that would provide vaccines for teachers and staff 65 years of age and older. That same day, we had a Zoom meeting with the Commissioner of Education, Mike Morath. He's been meeting with the TASB board once a month since the pandemic began, almost since then. He indicated statewide 52% of all students who have not returned to class are in the lower elementary grades, and was asking what our experience was in our respective districts. He went on to say he has studies that indicate catching students back up after Hurricane Katrina seemed to work best when the students were placed in their normal class and had access to tutors to assist, as opposed to putting them in a remedial class to catch up. He asked what we were doing to find our missing students. course, we all said we're working very hard on that. And you heard from the report tonight, we've gone from almost 5,000 kids down to 150 something. And he is in favor, he's in favor of granting a hold harmless for student attendance for the spring semester, but it requires the legislature to fund it. So that's what I wanted to share, and the balance of the reports in writing. I provided it to Ms. Haliger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice, for that report, and thank you for your service on TASB. We appreciate you. At this time, do I have any other special reports? Okay, I do have one comment from a special report perspective. I do, on February 5th, there was a meeting at Missouri City City Hall to have a conversation with Fort Bend ISD and Missouri City that I initiated with the mayor. There was a mishap with the agenda date, actually. We had it on our calendars for February 10th. It was going to be the officers of Fort Bend ISD, along with the officers of Missouri City, which includes the mayor, the mayor pro tem, and the city manager. There was a mishap on that Friday, February 5th, where they had it on their calendar. They reached out to me and asked if I was attending. And so I went over there just to ensure that someone had represented us, the board there, in case there was a mishap on our end on the particular date. And so I just wanted to share with you all that we had the full support of the officers of this board, Mr. Rosenthal and Mrs. James. They would have attended on February 10th. The meeting will be rescheduled. We have some action items. We didn't stay long, but it was something for us to at least engage in initial conversation. So I wanted to thanks again to the officers of this board for their willingness to support the collaboration with Missouri City. Okay. All right. All right, so now we're going to go back to our item 6B1, discuss the school naming process. I know that we've had I've received many emails, and I'm sure my other board members have, around what name these new schools should be. So that it has a lot of buzz around the naming of our schools. So Dr. Dupree, I'm gonna hand it over to you on this one. You're on mute.
Both of the items I speak to are very brief, but thank you, Ms. Haliger, for setting that up. Per policy, the school naming committee has between 10 and 15 members on it, and it must include some staff members, at least one board member, as well as teachers from the affected schools that will launch into the new school, some students, as well as parents, business partners, and community members. So due to the level of interest in these two schools and the naming of these schools, Ms. Haliger asked me to put this on the agenda tonight so I can ask the board to identify each of you one name for each committee. So staff will identify the teachers and students, but if you can, each one of you will give me one name for high school 12 and one name for elementary 53, then that will complete the formation of the committee with the board having named 50% of the committee. And then that way we'll be able to run the process then the way we typically do. Because the goal is to bring these names to the board for approval in April. So that's our ask of you. I will tell you the only real requirement we're asking, which follows our usual tradition, is that high school 12 is out there off 521 south of Ridge Point High School. So the students who attend that school will most likely, 99% certain, come from either Ridge Point or Hightower, depending on how that zone is identified. The zoning could affect Elkins High School as well, as you know, depending on how that whole region develops and maybe even other schools. But for naming of the school, we would like you to identify people who are affiliated with Hightower, Ridge Point, or Lake Olympia Middle School, or Thornton Middle School, or Baines Middle School. And it can be, again, a dual role is often good. A parent who's also a community leader or business leader is helpful as well. The other thing we like to have on the committee are members of our community who have lived in the community, who know the history, who know the community well as well. And yeah, since you all are well connected, we'll let you determine who you would send to our way. But if you could, but I will send you an email making the formal request in the next day or two. But we need to form the committee very quickly if you can submit those names from that region. And again, I'll put all this in an email. For elementary 53, that school will feed, it's going to be in Riverstone. We would need representatives from the Commonwealth, Sullivan, or Settlers Way area, because a significant portion of Settlers Way is coming out of Riverstone in the area that will likely feed into that new elementary school as well. So again, I'll follow up with an email. Do you have any questions or concerns or thoughts about that?
I do.
All right, Mr. Rosenthal.
So, as the board member who's been probably on the last 11 naming committees, Charles, I think that's fine what you're saying. I do think we have to be careful when we're talking about some of these areas, especially elementary 53, because those are much newer areas. So I think it's difficult to find people that have real history with the district. And when I say real history, I'm talking going way back. And so I would ask that the district also maybe invite 2 or 3 members, because it seems to me like typically we have more than about, more than a dozen or 14 people in those committees. I'm just kind of picturing the rooms that we've had those in over the past many years. And so I think that I think it would be helpful maybe for the district to include a couple of folks that have some deep roots in the district, because it's very helpful to have. I will tell you that some of these meetings, there were people that knew some of the people whose names were being proposed for these buildings. And it was very helpful to hear personal testimonials on some of these candidates. So I think it's very important to have some more of that. Make sure that we have that perspective, and perhaps you could look at the list of the names that the trustees submit, and if you feel that there's a good balance there, you feel that there's people who have deep roots to the district, then maybe you can leave it at that. But if not, maybe use your judgment to supplement that, to make sure that happens.
All right. Any other thoughts?
I have a question.
Mr. James.
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. Helliger. So Dr. Dupree, are we, in the past, we've asked for name suggestions and there's been a whole process. Are we doing the same process?
Absolutely.
Asking for community input on names, or are we just, what's happening?
Yes, we are doing the process that's set forth in policy, which is what you've described. This is simply about forming the committee, and then we'll be opening the window for anybody to submit recommendations for the committees to consider. So all of that will begin in the near future, and then the committee will work in March and April to get ready for the April recommendation.
Okay, because the timeline that was published on the agenda item looked like the community input for namesake was already underway, and I wasn't familiar with that having gone out.
I was not either, and so I would have to confirm whether that has happened or not. I'm not aware that it has, but they may have opened it. Joe, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, Ms. James, that has not been shared with the community, so it's not open at this time.
Okay, so the schedule though that's published in the board book now probably is out to the community, so we probably should make sure or at least it's available to the community in the board book. So we should,
yeah.
I'm just suggesting we make sure we get clear what the schedule is going to be. Thank you for clarifying that this is not accurate.
Do we notify students as well about the naming process? I asked this because I had a student contact me last week. Maybe you guys got the email too, but I thought students would be interested.
They are. I mean, we do it's public through all the channels, social media, web, and email, and all of that. I don't know that we send it to student emails accounts directly as we would, the parents. But we get it out very broadly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. All right.
All right. Then my other report that I had, and again, I'll be very brief because you kind of know where we are, but I just think it's always critical that we acknowledge and celebrate people who have worked really, really hard. And I'm going to tell you, we've had a lot of crews from our facilities team working all during the storm last week. And so they have fixed, I have a long list of all the ruptured pipes and water hydrants and chiller tubes and cooling towers and things that happened in our buildings with this very unusual winter weather. But they have been working with vendors. They've been assessing the facilities. And so I'm thankful that they've done a great job. And I want to point out that we do only have a couple of schools that are inoperable right now, Glover and Hightower, due to some major water damage in some of the major systems at the building, the mechanical systems. But that we're getting that work done now. We've had some people ask, why can we not bring our children back face to face this week? And I'm going to tell you there's two reasons. First of all, we have invested many hours over the last 4 days doing phone calling and surveying, touching base with, I think, about 80% of all of our nearly 12,000 staff members. The leaders have been making direct contact, and we've got 69% of our folks who are able to return to work. But as you know, you've got to have the right combination of people at work. And we were already pivoting schools because we didn't have enough subs in the classroom. And so thankfully, we had about 80% of our teachers who were able to return. But what's really holding us up, and this isn't to name names or point fingers, it just is what it is our operational staff. We do not have enough bus drivers, cafeteria workers, or custodians to operate our buildings this week because they have been hard hit by the storm damage. Many were unreachable, many were displaced. And so that's the primary reason, is the operational aspects of the organization. So our teachers are ready to teach and they're going to get busy. Tomorrow is going to be a work day. And they're also, that ties into the other important thing, is we're putting together social emotional engagement opportunities for all teachers to use when students return to school and learning on Wednesday. Because after this last week and the additional trauma that's been forced on our kids, we just want our staff to really be able to connect and engage them in a way that's not just jumping back into the work. And so I do know I've already gotten tonight emails of criticism that we're not opening our schools for full face-to-face, and I regret that. I don't like it, but we can do what we can do, and we believe that we're meeting the needs of our community and our staff to the best of our ability, because there's no point in trying to open schools if you have to tell a significant portion of your bus rider population that you can't drive them. And then you've got equity problems and all kinds of other issues going on for the children and their families. So I do feel like we're in a good place. Our facilities will be ready next Monday. Our staff will be ready next Monday, but right now we're still getting through the recovery season. And for us, with nearly 12,000 employees, that means we've got to honor the fact that many, many people have been displaced and are doing major cleanup in their home after significant water damage because of broken pipes. And you can't ignore that because many of us are even dealing with those issues ourselves. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of let you know there's a whole lot of work that's taken place, more to do, but I feel like we're in a good place overall.
Dr. Dupree, I would just like to add, I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam President, but I have some experience with issues like that myself, and I know how challenging it is when we had such, I don't think we've had this hard a freeze in 40 years. And any water pipe that is subject to freezing will freeze, it will rupture, and when it thaws out, it will spew water. All the plumbers in town are busy. It's hard to find parts. If power was out for any extended period of time, child nutrition has to ascertain whether or not the food in the cooler or the freezer must be discarded and replaced, cleaned out. Tremendous amount of work that's gone on. And I know how hard our staff has worked to get our facilities ready. So I just wanted to support what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for those comments and those updates, Dr. Dupree. And I would just go to our next item, which is the update of our superintendent search. Last week, we were scheduled to have our superintendent search firm interviews, and due to the weather event that had to be postponed, we are looking at a future date of next week or beyond. We're working with the trustee schedules, and as soon as that can be confirmed with the trustees, we will post that information to the public so that you will know the actual date of those interviews with the search firms. Does anyone else have any questions on that? All right, thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to move on to item 11, which is our consent agenda. I'm going to ask anyone would have any items that they would like to pull. I know, Ms. James, you have an item that you would like to pull.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to pull 11B1.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any other items they would like to pull? At this time, I will take a motion for the consent agenda items, except for that B1.
Madam President, I move to accept the consent agenda in its entirety with the one exception of item 11B1 as presented.
Second.
All right, thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Does anyone have any questions about the consent agenda items? All right, with no questions at this time, I will take a vote. I will ask that you state your name after I've called you, state your name and whether a yay or nay. All right. Okay, I'm going to start at the bottom this time. Dr. Shirley Gilliam.
Shirley Gilliam, yay.
Mr. Jim Rice.
Jim Rice, yay.
Mr. Dave Rosenthal.
Dave Rosenthal, yay.
Ms. Danetta Williams. Danetta, you're on mute. Miss Angie Hannon.
Angie Hannon, yay.
Miss Grail James.
This is Grail James, yay.
This is Addie Halliger, yay. I'm going to go back to Miss Williams. She's abstaining.
Yeah, I don't think we can treat her as abstaining. She just
Okay.
hasn't voted.
Okay, all right. No, so no vote. Okay. All right, so it passes. All right. Ms. James, would you like to make a motion for item 11B1?
No.
Okay, Jim?
Madam President, I move to approve consent agenda item 11B1 as presented.
All right, thank you.
I second.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so probably moving seconded. Do we have any questions or comments? Yes, Ms. James.
Thank you. Okay, so this item is the calendar, and I brought up last week about the calendar, and I know that it went through the committee. Thank you, Ms. Hannon, for serving as the board's representative on the committee. I know there was some survey data, and this calendar was presented because it was, well, maybe I'll ask this. Can someone summarize why this was the calendar that's being shared or being asked for approval?
Ms. Hannah?
Sure. The data from the surveyed teachers, parents, students, it overwhelmingly pointed to this calendar. And it was and during the calendar meeting, I said, that's what you call a landslide. And I don't know if you'll recall, but I actually had asked in the meeting what the difference was and how many people engaged in voting. And the voting was, we had, I want to say, 3 times the participation in voting that we normally have with a calendar, or somewhere close to that. So Grail, Ms. James, that's really the reason. But I do want to let you know that as someone that was on the committee, that we did break out into groups and did thoughtful conversations about the positive and negative of each calendar, and we looked at some different feedback that we had that the district had asked for some staff groups that had looked at the calendars, or maybe not looked at the calendars, but what they needed in a calendar. And so that was a process that they did prior to even laying out the calendars. So it was a very thoughtful process. And again, it basically, in the end, it came down to that this calendar also ticked off those boxes that staff had indicated of things they would like to see in the calendar.
Okay, so thank you for sharing that, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Dupree, can you add to that in any way in terms of types of innovations or out of the box thinking that might have gone into some of the considerations for the calendar?
So, as you know, there's many different things we could do with the calendar, and some districts, you know, Dallas ISD is really just, they've gone really very different and very innovative in their calendar schedule and their calendar for next year. We've spent a lot of time working with staff groups, as Ms. Hannon mentioned. We didn't just present calendars and build calendars. We started from the elements that would be required in a calendar. So that is a different approach to building the calendar than we usually take in Fort Bend. We usually start with the model and just start moving pieces around. But this year, the conversation really was more about, given the circumstances, what do we need? And that resulted in the 3 different models, and some of them did include more of the intercession and, you know, a little longer type of calendar, starting earlier, going longer, those kinds of things. And so there was a lot of conversation, and, you know, Stephanie Williams can jump in because she chaired the committee or facilitated the committee, and Ms. Hannon might have some additional feedback on this. But I believe, you know, as superintendent, I'm going to tell you the feedback I have been given on this is that there is much more innovation we can bring into our calendar over time, but there is not a readiness. We're not organizationally ready for that today. And that
okay, so thank you for sharing that. So because I heard the principals tonight, they were talking about the ACES week and how they were going to use that, and how they were looking forward to that, of giving an opportunity to help students. And so when I look at this calendar, it doesn't have those types of things built in. I'm like, well, wait a minute. If it's something that we're looking forward to in just a couple of weeks, then how would we not consider it doing it again? And that's, I guess, what I'm struggling with. And, you know, it came up about, you know, summertime and using some of those times. And so what do we, if we feel like, as Dr. Rodriguez said earlier, there's the COVID gap, and I know I've heard you guys talk about spiraling instruction and all, but what are some of the innovations we are ready for? And And can we hold on to some of these things that we've tried or that we might consider for the future? What I fear is, and I realize I'm asking questions and not giving you a chance to answer them, but I want to express, I want us to go forward with innovation. I want to seize this opportunity of change and step forward. When we are already halfway through the door, is it easier to just keep going instead of taking the path of less resistance and pulling back because it's the thing we know? This goes back to my comments earlier that I made about organizational capacity. It takes so much energy to be innovative and to come up with new ideas and to go through plan it all. But yet I feel we're kind of at a crossroads, and I don't want to lose those opportunities. So
Well,
go ahead.
Well, what I would say, Mrs. James, is, and Deanna, Stephanie, you all can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. We have been, change management is something we have finally learned how to do better in Fort Bend ISD, but that has all just been blown during the last year. We've had to go one-to-one, we've had to do online and cross-entity. Also, to me, we are maxed out on innovation today. And all of these things we're doing, we don't plan to revert from. We plan to stick. We're looking at keeping block scheduling. We're going to keep one-to-one. We're going to keep cross-entity. We're going to use teachers. So all of these things we're talking about, we're going to keep doing. And so I can always appreciate the perspective of, well, if we're doing all those things and this calendar thing working, why not just throw that in the mix too? But we're at a saturation point. And as superintendent, I don't feel good about, because ultimately what's going to happen is when we get to next year, all of this very quick launch that we've done, we're going to have to go back and do a lot of rebuilding and regrouping to get it embedded and developed right. Because it has not been implemented properly. It's been implemented quickly, and everybody has done a phenomenal job of jumping in, but we still don't have full buy-in, nor do we have full investment and fidelity on a day-to-day basis in every classroom. And so we're going to press on, but I just don't feel good about another hard change with the calendar at this point. I think it serves our purpose, and we've got all these other strategies that will address the concerns we have. And I absolutely agree, we need to break the mold on the calendar at some point. But to me, I think the calendar we've presented has been through a rigorous and robust process that we need to move forward with.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that. I agree. We need to break the mold on the calendar at some point, and I can understand this is not the year to do that. But I will say that going forward, to some of you that are going to be around, I'm going to be retired, but for some of you that are going to be around and be involved in vision and planning and be involved in innovative solutions, think about the calendar differently, and think about how, some of those innovative opportunities that we in the boardroom talked about 3 years ago as being impossible. We couldn't figure out how to do it. We studied it and we couldn't figure out how to do innovative teaching and learning. And then boom, all of a sudden we're doing it. And so I think there's opportunity, and I just want to encourage everybody to just press the boundaries. If we're going back to school as, counting children in chairs at a certain time of day, that's not seizing our opportunity. That's not seizing the innovation we have the opportunity for. And I want to just encourage us to think differently. So we can go ahead, Ms. Holliger, with the voting.
Okay, it was a good conversation. I think, when we became a district of innovation, that was our challenge. We challenged ourselves to to push the envelope with how we did things when it comes to the calendar. And Grail, thank you for that reminder, especially, as we move forward with setting future calendars for the district. All right, at this time, do we have any other comments? All right, so I'm gonna take the vote now. Once again, I'll call your name. If you could just repeat your name and your vote. I'm gonna start from the top. Danetta Williams. Danetta, you're on mute. Angie Hannon.
Angie Hannon, yay.
Grail James.
Grail James, yay.
Dave Rosenthal.
Dave Rosenthal, yay.
Jim Rice.
Jim Rice, yay.
Dr. Shirley Gilliam.
Shirley Gilliam, yay.
Addie Halliger, yay. Danetta Williams. Okay, so I guess it passes 6-6, I guess. Is that how you say it? Or unanimously with 6 votes. All right. Okay, I'm going to move on to item number 12. We don't have any action items. Item number 13, Dr. Dupree.
Yes, ma'am. So as of today, as you mentioned, the board is scheduled to meet next week on the 3rd to conduct well, we're looking at the 3rd, excuse me. We're going to consider that date for interviews for the search firms. On March 8th, we've got a board team building that I'll be working with you, Ms. Helliger, to plan as well. And then on March the 22nd, we'll be back for the workshop. And on that agenda, we will hear the annual demographic update and the annual enrollment review. And then we'll be back the following Monday on the 29th for the regular board meeting in March. And at that time, we will have a full planning and budgeting update for the next school year. We also will do a brief quarterly financial report on that agenda. And as we'll also, the board will do their board self-appraisal in April as scheduled. But as usual, the board will approve the self-evaluation instrument to be used for that event in the March board cycle. So again, I'll be working with the president, Helliger, to address that recommendation. In April, we'll be back with more budgeting and planning, safety and security master plan, required public report on the board's training, continuing education. So please, if you have anything you need to get caught up on, please work with Gary and me to make sure you're current on your training, as we do have to report that publicly. In April, just before the election, we'll be doing the CCMR, the College and Career Readiness Report, in April as well. And then I also heard the board very clearly indicate a desire for other types of reports that I'll be working with Ms. Helliger to schedule between March and June as well, related to student discipline, special education, and some of the other key points that came out of the TAPR this evening. So we'll go back and review that document and review your comments on the video to make sure that we can incorporate those conversations into future meetings over the next few months as well.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Dupree, for that update. At this time, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I think Ms. James might have a question.
I think, Dr. Dupree, you're amazing. I do have a question, because there's one thing I didn't hear you say, and I know the board has talked about it in the past. It came up a little tonight in the student achievement, in the terms of one of the pillars or foundations that Ms. Saavedra mentioned was about demanding equity, and we talked about equity in terms of achievement gaps and things like that, and understanding. And I mentioned also policy DMA local. I'm giving it another plug right now because I'd really like to work on that. But I'm also reminded that the board approved a resolution about equity and setting up an equity committee back probably 6 or 8 months ago now. And I'm not sure when, we're really busy right now. I understand that, but I just wanted to mention it because this is a thing we might want to put into our plans for the fall or summer launch, or how would we recruit people to be on it and how would we do it? So maybe the board needs to have a conversation about that at some point as well, so we can get some direction. Or, yeah, so that's my add to future meeting plans. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rael. All right,
Madam President, I move to adjourn.
thank you. We are now adjourned. Thank you all. Have a great evening.